This heart of mine is burning slow. My time has yet to come. So darling, don't you be cross with me. Each day has enough trouble of its own. Try to make you lift this heart of stone. I won't hide, girl, I'm on your side. I'll make you feel at home, make you lose that urge to roam. If you love me, don't be a stranger. I've loved you. I've loved you in vain. I've made you walk the tightrope of my mind. And through all these lonely nights I've spent upon the earth, I've never lost a minute of our time. And I won't lie, I won't try to make you lift this heart of stone. I won't hide.
Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting of 29 August 2016. Please stand and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Alexander.
Here.
Commissioner Pletcher.
Here.
Commissioner Nichols.
Yes.
Vice Chair Newman.
Yes. Now is the time for public comment. At this time, any person may address the Commission regarding a city planning matter that is not on this evening's agenda. Should the Commission wish to discuss an issue raised by a member of the public, the issue will be referred to staff for scheduling on a future agenda. And we have one card tonight from Mr. Nick Kidway. You have 5 minutes.
Why? I'm a resident of Newberry Park. Last time I checked, still directly concerned citizens of Thousand Oaks. I hope the summer hiatus was great for you folks. Honorable, distinguished Vice Chair, who's soon to be Chair, I guess. I guess the city can function without managers, which is a pretty good sign. In my humble opinion and the opinion of other people, the redundant assistant positions should be eliminated. It's overpaid and not needed in this day and age. I love Mark Zuckerberg. I don't think you can do what he does. I mean, to have a hall like this and have people sitting there, Zuckerberg and the whole team, with no doors, no privacy. But on the other hand, this hierarchical structure of management is just outmoded. There's no place for it, but unfortunately, the government is run by, where is it here? I have this beautiful self-inking rubber stamps. I mean, no creativity, it's just so easy, and that's what is needed, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the city manager was fired for the wrong reasons, for $700 for a banner for his kid, when this city has lost $22 million. $22 million. Half of it was going to benefit the auto mall, half was the school district. And there's not even going to be a discussion about it in the campaign because it seems to be too complicated. There is no fifth planning commissioner again, and that's the way government works. She cannot sit today because the city council meets tomorrow to make the appointment. So you will have a full body in September, I guess. For a long time, it used to be that everybody who wanted to sit on the planning commission had to apply and was interviewed. And then they came up with the rule that the interviews were during the business hours. You got 3-4 days notice. And tough luck if you could not make it to the interview. You were automatically eliminated. But at least there were interviews. But now, it's just a slam dunk thing. In fact, I would like to let the planning commission know some of them. You might already know that there's a candidate running who claims to have a running mate. And the running mate is because he's going to nominate her as a planning commissioner once he's a city councilman. So I don't know, is this legal? I don't know. I mean, there's no rules in government. I mean, I hire people. I mean, I have to, find out if they are veterans, make sure that we have a racial balance in the company, etc. But I guess these are political appointments can be done anyway. I'm curious. I had thrown a red flag last year about conflict of interest, and nobody listened to me over here, so I wrote to the grand jury. This is the time to make complaints to the grand jury. And sure enough, they followed up on it for all the 10 cities and found that the city conflict of interest code was there, but it was stuck deep in the website. And so the changes were made. If the TOTV can show my overhead, it's not nothing scary. That's the special logo that the city spent money last year on the special election. But right now, the city has spent $100,000 to revamp the website. And if you go on it, you won't find out that there's an election in the city. Nothing on the front page. In fact, the planning commissioners would be interested to know. I've been meaning to say about this for a long time. There is really no planning commission page. There is a page that describes it, but there's no pictures of the planning commissioners. There's no bio. And more importantly, the important thing, when does the term expire? Who nominated you? It used to be there many years ago, just like other things. It has been eliminated because, like I've been told, all the spotlight should be on the city council. Right? Smile, sir. That's what keeps me going. I mean, if you take life too seriously. If you take this letter seriously, I have 24 of these. These are, thanks for applying. You're a wonderful person. It was gratifying. Thank you very much. I enjoyed talking. Glad to be back.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. Now is the time for any written comments, announcements, or continuances. Mr. Town, do we have any tonight?
No, Mr. Chairman, I have none at this time. Thank you.
All right, then we'll move to the public hearings. Will the recording secretary please open public hearing for item 6A?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6A regarding case RPMJ 2016-70123. Applicant, Selvin Properties. Request: at 2 existing buildings, install solar panels on the rooftops and on new awnings, and to construct new patio covers with solar panels on top and on the patio covers mansard roofs. Location 4165 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
Thank you. And presenting for staff this evening is Mr. Shepard. Good evening.
Good evening. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair Newman, members of the Planning Commission. Before you tonight is a request to allow the installation of solar panels on rooftops, on new patio cover, and on new awnings at 2 existing office buildings located at 4165 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. This slide shows a aerial shot of the property in question. Both buildings were actually approved and constructed as a single project. The buildings were initially approved in 1984 and built soon after that, and the project has gone through a renovation in the early 2000s. Building B, the smaller building on the right, is closest to the Westlake High School off of Lakeview Canyon Road, and Building A is on the western side, the larger building. Yes, and both buildings do front Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The buildings are actually elevated above Thousand Oaks Boulevard, approximately 6 to 10 feet above the street grade itself. And the buildings do have some partial screening along with the vegetation and the landscaping of the street trees along Thousand Oaks Boulevard and along Lakeview Canyon Road. This is a photograph of the Building A, located roughly at the corner of Promenade Way and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. It's a 3-story structure. It's the larger structure of the two. Here we're up on the building area itself, the Building A. This is looking into the courtyard area of the building. You can see from this photo the large terrace areas that the applicant is requesting to construct patio covers over to reduce some of the heat that's built up and make the terrace areas actually usable to a lot of the tenants in the building itself. This is a photo taken of the courtyard area of Building A. It's a street view of Building B, Thousand Oaks Boulevard, or from Thousand Oaks Boulevard. You can see Lakeview Canyon going up on the right side of the photo. And this is looking northeast of Building B. It's a 2-story structure, smaller structure than Building A. And this is a straight-on shot of Building B. The project proposes to install solar panels on the rooftops, on new patio covers, and on the new awnings, instead of use of fabric awnings, which have been there in the past, for each of the buildings. Staff supports all the aspects of the project, except for the use of the solar panels on the awnings and the mansard roof sections along the edge of the patio covers. The next few slides will provide or help some illustration of the project's intent. This first slide is the site plan of the project site itself. Again, Building A, the larger building on your left, Building B, the smaller building on your right. This photo or this plan actually shows the solar panel proposed installation on the building itself. You can see the I get the cursor moving. Here it is. The proposal as far as solar panels to be placed on top of the existing roof areas, and then also the construction of The patio covers on the second floor, or the third floor and the second floor, with additional solar panels placed on the roof structures of the proposed patio covers. And then along the edges of the patio covers, these we'll call mansard roof sections themselves, which will also have solar panels fixed to the mansard portions of the roofs. And then balance of the buildings on the various floors, the awnings themselves to tie in with the mansard sections, so you have additional solar panels on those. And building A, it's along the courtyard areas, and then also on the eastern side of the building. This helps illustrate exactly how the patio covers are be placed in on the buildings on the third and second floor over the existing terraces. Is a detailed shot of the patio cover, as discussed in the staff report. Some of the design components of it, the canopy area, or the mansard, actually screening the visibility of the flat roof portions of the solar panels, and then the angled pieces of the mansard where additional panels will be placed over here, and then the representation of the corrugated roof or ceiling portion of the patio covers also being proposed. And then here we have building B. Again, this because the smaller building doesn't have the terraced areas themselves, we're looking at solar panels to be placed on the rooftops, and then the use of the awnings again as far as for additional solar panels. And this is the Building B South elevation, which faces onto Thousand Oaks Boulevard. You can see the awnings going across the frontage of the building and then wrapping on the east side of the building. Okay. A review of the proposed uses of the solar panels as building awnings and as patio cover mansard roofs are compared to the city design policies, the architectural design guidelines, and the scenic highway elements as discussed in the staff report. In summary, a policy of the scenic highways element is to provide an articulation or architectural design reviews of projects within the corridor to ensure the compatibility with existing natural and urban surroundings and enhance the quality of the scenic highway corridor. As shown on the viewshed exhibits that were provided to the commission, you can see that the use of the solar panels in these areas, the building will appear predominantly black with beige stripes. And this will not be compatible to the the nearby buildings and the natural areas. Some policies addressed in the architectural design guidelines. We see that some of the architectural features that are encouraged in the design are muted earth tones for primary building surfaces, and the black color of the solar panels on the awnings is inconsistent with this policy, which promotes the earth tone colors. Additional policy areas of the architectural design guidelines include that exterior materials should be consistent with architectural style, and the glass and metal solar panels are considered by staff inconsistent with the other materials that are used on the building. Another policy as far as that no metallic materials are to be used on prominent exterior surfaces. And again, the solar panels will likely appear as one area that a benefit as far as the component of the architect or the design, and the applicant has pointed this out, is the guidelines do have a prohibition as far as highly reflective surfaces on buildings. However, the applicant has submitted plans to demonstrate, as far as through the sun and glare off the panels themselves, that any reflectivity is actually angled upward away from public streets and public walkways. So in that consideration, there is compliance with the architectural guidelines. Next series of slides will show some photo simulations of the buildings with the solar panels fixed to the project. This is again from Thousand Oaks Boulevard, facing or looking at Building A, looking northeast. You can see the darkish grayish black color stripes across there. Those are actually the awning, or the combination of awnings and also the mansard connections of the solar panels. Here's a shot straight on from Thousand Oaks Boulevard, looking north at Building A. This photo simulation of Building B, looking north. Again, in this case, the awnings themselves over the window areas. And this is a photo, just a comparison as far as the building as it is today. The proposed project actually qualifies for a Class C categorical exemption under CEQA because it involves a limited number of new small structures, such as the patio covers with solar panels. The staff recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve a residential plan development major modification 2016-70123, except for the solar panels on the awnings and the mansard roofs of the patio covers, based on the findings and the conditions of approval contained in the staff report. However, should the Commission find merit in supporting the project, certain findings and conditions must be changed and described in the staff report. Before concluding the report, I would like to point out one typo in the conditions. This would be on page 12 of your packet, condition number 14, which is final elevation plans for patio covers. Third word in that condition is carports. That should actually be changed to patio covers. And that concludes our report. Staff's available for any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shepard, for the presentation. I do have a few questions. First is just a clarification. In reading a little bit about the background, if I understand this correctly, that this case is not before the Planning Commission strictly because it's a solar panel case, but because of the significant changes to the exterior of the structure and the use of the solar panels as decorative features. Is that correct?
That's correct. The solar panels themselves, as far as most of the placements of the panels, are in areas that the city has approved on other projects, on the rooftops and even on top of such as carports and so forth. The reason really the project is here before the commission tonight is the use of the material, the solar panels, in areas that have some conflict as far as some of our architectural guidelines and standards, such as awnings. Actually the panel themselves being used as the awning material, and also on the mansard roof connection itself and the visibility of that.
Yeah, and if I'm also reading correctly, you're indicating in your report that this is the first such project where this is the case. So would it be fair to assume that whatever decision is made on this is setting a precedent for future applications and this type of design element use of solar panels?
It could, depending again on the magnitude of the findings, as far as the specifics of the findings of the commission of why this material is there, and then it would set more of a precedence based on that finding.
Okay. Okay. Then as far as the physical nature of the proposed awnings, I presume there's some type of drainage features with the existing roof. Is there some type of stormwater drainage collection like rain gutters or such off of the proposed awnings or even the mansard roofs for the water? I just was thinking mostly awnings where it could drip on the patio covers or terraces. Has that been part of the design consideration?
Well, the actual concepts as far as the actual physical structural designs are things that we've been hoping to receive from the applicant as far as how it is designed in that. In discussions with the applicant, I know he's aware as far as concerned about water dripping through the patio covers themselves, and I know he hopes to capture that as far as with the ceiling component, this corrugated material across there. But again, we would actually have to review that as part of the building permit plan checks as far as how drainage would work off the patios and so forth. And I'm sure the solar components and so forth would have some play into that as how it's actually designed out. And perhaps the applicant or his architect could give a little more information on that.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Shepherd, in reference to the scenic highway guidelines, there's reference to principal streets. Is Thousand Oaks Boulevard considered one of those principal streets as it's a highway in the city?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you list a number of the design guidelines, A2, B3, B4, et cetera, in trying to present some of the concerns the staff has as far as the use of these solar panels in the architectural design. In your judgment, are the solar panels on the awnings considered a primary building surface in this application, or is it more of an accent feature?
Well, obviously it's not the main building wall components that we would look at on that. Typically, they would be more considered as an accent material, but again, the magnitude of the range of the awnings that are being proposed across there, they could be considered more of a primary material itself, particularly if the percentage of the area gets close to 50% or so of the total material. I mean, you have different wall materials there, also the window materials and so forth, and then depending on the amount of the awnings, it could be considered a primary material.
As I drove by and looked at the buildings on Saturday, and of course it's kind of reflected in the photos as well, with the existing design pretty much the same color of paint everywhere, and really you just have the band of black windows, or kind of tinted, I guess. It seems like in that case you don't really notice the awning design or the mansard design there, but I think what you're indicating, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think what I'm reading here is when now you cover those with a new color, or in this case black, it becomes more primary in its noticeability, so to speak, rather than an accent because of that change. Is that what you're trying to point out here?
Well, partially, as far as, obviously the glass on the building itself is a solar bronze, a very dark color per se, and that in combination with the more of the monochromatic colors that are out there now, the cornice and the wall materials, certainly you have some accent there, but then with the solar panels being predominantly more of a black tone and so forth, and you've added the dark colors to that without more of a breakup, so it does kind of draw the eye component on the visibility on that.
Okay, all right, because I have to rely on staff more of a professional. I know you look at these things day in and day out, so I just wanted to kind of clarify that just a little bit. Let's see. Okay, that's it for me for now. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, the staff report indicates, I believe, that the patios and mansard roof are approximately 25% of the total output of power for the proposal as it is now. Is that correct? Did I read that correctly? And the second part of the question is, if the proposal that you have recommended move forward, would that essentially drop the power production by that same amount?
Well, again, it's more of an estimate on the area of the panels themselves. We have asked for more specific information from the applicant as far as the actual percentage of power that's going to be generated by the awnings and the mansard component versus the rooftop area. We haven't actually seen figures on that. I recall from a discussion I had with the applicant a while back that there was some estimates as far as the components on that, but we haven't actually seen any hard figures on the percentages.
Okay, so I'm in there, and that's fine. If the colors of the panels on the area that you have concern with were consistent with the other colors within the project as it now sits, would you be still against the proposal with the awnings and the mansard area, or would that resolve some of the concerns? And I know you've referenced some of the corridor guidelines in terms of non-metallic surfaces and all, but if the color was a match, would that give you a better comfort level for approval of the proposal as requested?
Well, I think it goes back to the question as far as solar panels themselves, as far as efficiency. If they went to more of a earthen tone color, are they really efficient on that? I know there's different variations of colors and so forth, but I don't know if there's any more earthen tone colors out there that would tie into that. In other words, the dark colors per se may be the only option available for a solar panel at that location.
Okay, I understand the concept of the need for dark color within the solar panel. I'm just trying to gauge where the objections are in terms of whether it's strictly aesthetic or it's a combination of the look and the material and the glare and some of the other things that you pointed out in the initial presentation. And again, I understand you haven't been presented with an alternative like I'm asking. I'm just trying to gauge where you see the primary sticking points, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, typically, or what was on the building before, as far as there still are some awnings on the building itself. There are cloth awnings that were set more in the earthen tone colors, some gradations per se as far as the overall building colors, which starts going into the color palettes that we look at in our architectural design guidelines, these earthen tone colors per se. It's really more a combination as far as, again, the darkness of the material, as far as that, be it a black or almost like an anodized aluminum bronze per se, shading to black, in contrast with the overall color scheme of the building. But then I just lost my thought. I'm sorry.
Perhaps I could just quickly comment.
Sure.
Staff really doesn't have a problem with the awnings or with the patio covers. Those, if for instance they were a tan or another, an off brown color. That would be fine. We don't have any concerns with the proposed improvements from just a strictly architectural standpoint in terms of the physical design. The issue that staff has raised to the commission tonight is really the color, the black color that the solar panels will end up appearing like, of course, which are going to be placed on the awnings and on the mansard roof elements of the patio covers. So the patio covers are fine. Awnings, if they were fabric, and brown, for instance, would be fine. We're just concerned about that color.
Okay. That answers where I was going with this. If technology provided for compatible colors in a solar panel, then in theory there would not be much of a problem.
And staff, I actually discussed that with Mr. Sullivan, and unfortunately, solar panels don't tend to come in those light colors, dark blue,
Yeah,
black.
I get it. I understand. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Any other questions? I've got a few questions that haven't been asked. Please understand that I'm asking this in a very general sense, and I'm not looking to design from the dais. But I understand the staff's objections to two components of this application: the solar awnings and the mansard roof sections of the patio covers. My question is, are there alternative designs? Is there room for compromise between the two options that have been laid out, where we just do away with those altogether on the one hand, or we accept them? Is there some middle ground that staff and the applicant would be amenable to that involves a different design?
In the same concept as far as the awnings and the use of awnings and so forth?
I don't have a design in my back pocket. I'm asking just whether conceptually there's some room to talk about this further and come out with something that's agreeable all around.
Well, I know there has been some discussions as far as possible as another phase is providing carports in the parking areas and add additional solar on the carports and so forth, which of course have been approved in several locations throughout the city on that, again, because they fit within the concept of the design, the aesthetics that we're looking at on that. But as far as, I don't think we've actually gone to the point of looking at, a percentage of area, maybe some awnings in this location, but not on other locations on the building itself. We haven't really got to that point.
All right, thanks. Following up on a question that Commissioner Nichols asked, I want to be sure that I understand the response. The existing windows on these two buildings are already pretty dark. I mean, they're black, or if not black, something very close to it. So is the basis of the objection that we're substantially changing the facades of the buildings by adding more dark or black elements to them? Not that there's some black, we're not ruling that out, but just that there would be so much of it with these new elements that would substantially change the character of the buildings?
The area is pretty predominant as far as the addition. If you look at the plans, as far as the area of the awnings themselves, the mansard sections that are angled out that are visible through that, it's quite an addition to the overall look of the building as it is today. So it would be a substantial increase.
And in terms of visualizing what the new design would look like, there are some photo simulations provided. The report also mentions, however, that some details of the solar awnings are not yet available. So I'm wondering, are we missing anything? Is there anything not pictured in the photo sims?
Well, the question, as far as we've had at a staff level, as far as the actual construction of the awnings or the solar components to the awnings themselves, as far as there's talk about being butt jointed together, that all framing be a matching color and so forth, and how the structure works itself, as far as by nature of how the awnings are applied to the building itself. Is it going to result in any gaps and so forth that you start getting a striation of these panels across there, or is it going to be looking as a complete solid piece across there that blends across? Those are some of the things that we've asked for and we haven't received, as far as it's really more of a working drawing component.
But in your opinion, are the photo sims substantially complete in terms of what, if the project were to go ahead with all these different elements, are the photo sims reasonable representations of that?
I would say they are reasonable representations of that. Should the commission decide, approve the materials and so forth, we have some adjustments of conditions to focus in on the actual design components and to ensure that the butt joints and so forth are placed for the building. I've got some rewording of those if it gets to that point.
Okay, great, thanks. The last few questions I have are just procedural questions about the conditions. On page 11, this is condition 12, page 11 of the report. Question is, would that condition need to be removed or modified if the solar awnings are approved? This is condition 12.
Yeah, actually that one, I didn't rework on that one, but I think what we would do at this point is if the project is approved, we would add in there, unless otherwise modified in this permit.
Yeah. Because, part of the basis for the objection is saying it's not complying with these guidelines. So. Okay.
Well, understand again, the conditions are set up so that, if the commission follows staff's suggestion or recommendation here that those elements are removed from it, then it would comply 100%. But if there is a determination to add those in there, then we would have to modify that condition also.
Okay. And then I also have the same condition about condition 14 on the next page, which might, if the awnings were approved, that the language there might need to be modified.
Yeah, actually 14 through I think 18 would actually have to be modified, or one of them may actually have to be deleted, actually. I think 15 would.
Okay.
15? Yeah. I do have some I've looked over the conditions as far as with understanding, again, because this is
just a very minor wording nit, but condition 15, there's a typo. In the second sentence, the words should read either column singular with, or columns plural, possessive apostrophe with. It should not say columns with. That's
okay. Oh.
So either singular without the possessive or plural possessive.
All right.
One or the other. And I have no preference between them.
All right.
And then the final question I have is on page 15. I'm sorry, this is a question for the applicant, so I'll hold there. And that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Chair? Do you have one
I'm sorry,
question?
Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have one additional question. Actually, this is on that same mission statement submitted by the applicant, by Mr. Lewis, the architect. Mr. Shepard, the architect is making reference to his belief that the city has made a declaration to give their portion of Highway 101 a high-tech presence. Is there such a declaration that is the desire of the City Council?
I would actually have to defer that over to Mr. Town as far as for information on that.
On page 15, the project mission statement submitted by the applicant, the last sentence of the second paragraph Says, we believe this is in keeping with the City of Thousand Oaks declaration to give their portion of Highway 101 corridor a high-tech presence. And I'm just wanting to see if anyone can verify there is such declaration that's been made by the City Council.
I'm not aware of that particular declaration. We do comment and work with Caltrans on improvements within the actual corridor itself, but not the concept of a high-tech presence.
All right, thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other questions for staff? Very good. We will hear now from our applicant. Representing the applicant this evening are Harry Selvin, the owner, and John Lewis, the architect. Gentlemen, good evening. I understand you also have a presentation to give. You can apportion your time any which way you'd like between yourselves and the presentation, but you have 15 minutes total to fit that into. So when you please approach the dais, and for each speaker, please state your name and city of residence.
All right, first, I want to say good evening to the members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for allowing us to present our side of the coin. My name is Harry Selvin, S-E-L-V-I-N. I'm the owner of the property. I'm sorry? I live in Westlake Village, and I own many properties, and all my properties are in Thousand Oaks. I purchased the Promenade office building about 3 years ago. It was a very contemporary building, but needed major renovations. That's my specialty. I love to take buildings, upgrade them, and make them a work of art. I'm trying to figure out how to work this. Bob?
This one. Okay. There we go.
Okay, I think I should have brought my glasses. Bob, why don't you come up here and give me an assist on that? This is our building that we presently own. It's the Promenade, and we're going to get into that in a minute. But first, what I'd like to do is give you a little background about me. I love art. I love music, art, and I have enjoyed the last number of years in remodeling and reworking buildings. I have, in the past, put together with the city the mural project that you now see in your parking structure. That was my project, my design, and I put in the first mural at my expense in order to entice and encourage the others to add murals to your parking structure. I have been one of the first ones to install, whether you like it or not, artificial turf. I built, with a few of my compatriots, the Senior Concern Building, so charities would have an opportunity to raise their money and not have to pay rent. So we built a building for them at our expense, and it has flourished for a lot of years. I chaired the Mayor's Roundtable for 3.5 years, and I put together the current plan of rezoning that you are now seeing and having put into play, I believe, the last few months. I donated my time to the theater. I was on the Cultural Affairs Commission. It had several different names over the years, but I was on that for 22 to 23 years. I was president of the Rotary Club 2 times, and I've served on more city ad hoc committees than I can ever remember. Enough about me. I want to show you what I've done in the past, and that is, I think, the key to what we are doing in the future. This is our building in Agoura. We took a one-story lobby to a two-story to take advantage of awesome windows. We built a free-form stairway that cost 8 to 10 times more than conventional stairs because it was made out of steel and glass. I lost rental footage by incorporating this beautiful structure in the lobby, but made a gorgeous entry, and it allowed us to take an empty building to 100% occupancy. Next slide. We also took 4 corner patios that were just junk, and we incorporated floor-to-window ceilings of glass, or glass ceilings, and they became executive offices, and they were just drop-dead gorgeous. We decorated all black and white, which has continued to be the #1 color in the country. Next slide, Bob. We have a building called the Courtyard. This is opposite the Auto Mall. We have 2 bronze horses that have become a landmark. We didn't stop there. We put in gardens, fountains, bronze statues, bridges, and a 6-hole putting green, all for our tenants' use. We took antiquated railings that were 6 inches on center, knowing that they had to be changed but not required to change them. We went to wrought iron and we put them 4 inches on center for safety, yet always keeping in mind the Spanish flavor of the building. Proof of the concept. We previously had a 7-year recession. We had to lower our rents to be competitive with others in the area. But through this entire period, we were 100% full, compared to 20-25% vacancy up and down the boulevard. Another property. We have a little 11,000 square foot property. We added a very expensive bronze horse, decorated the interior black and white with multiple pieces of artwork. What more could you do for a small building? We just go overboard on everything that we do, trying to make it positive, make it arty, and comfortable for our tenants. Here at the Promenade, next slide. Here at the Promenade, we have a building that has 3 floors. If you notice, they're stepped. 1, 2 floors, 3 floors. Which I looked at and I walked it off, and those roofs were 50 by 100, or 5,000 square feet of utterly wasted space. Next slide. That'll give you an idea of what they look like. If you notice, next slide, Bob. If you notice, there are awnings, what we call awnings, but they're not all awnings. They're actually covers for corridors as well as awnings. However, we make them all the same, so the property is coordinated in its look and feel. So even though that's over a corridor, it has an awning look. Over the years, our awnings were torn, shredded, and need to be replaced. We had gotten bids to replace the awnings, canvas, and it ran from $80,000 to $100,000. Wanting to upgrade, and in keeping with the contemporary look, we got a brilliant idea. Let's take that $80,000 to $100,000 of awning replacement and incorporate the solar panels into the exterior upgrades. This will give us 60% additional energy savings and will give us a very contemporary, high-tech looking building. The silicones panels will be on the top side, will all be black. You can get the panels in two colors. The cheaper ones are blue. We are going to the black. And also having black panels around them. They will be butted together, so it'll have one entire uniform look. All the wires and connectors will be hidden in the bottom cover. Using the black solar panels, they'll match and complement the black glass windows. Actually, the panels, I call them black, and the windows I call black, but they're really a charcoal or a soft black. It's not a jet black. The total savings will be 50 to 60% of our energy requirements. You can't beat that. That's wonderful. Bob, next slide. That's what our patio is going to look like. Take a look. It's drop dead gorgeous. We're going to be able to put 3 or 4 of those around the building. That's 5,000 foot of area that the tenants will be able to go to sit in the shade, have their lunch, use their iPads, their computers, everything similar to what we've done in the courtyard building. If you notice, there's a little jog there where I've got my pointer. We are going to have to add walkways from the existing walkway so the tenants can utilize this patio. This is just a sample of what we're doing and what's going on. Note at the bottom, we had to build the walkways to connect the rest of the building and these gorgeous, gorgeous patios. Awnings are being used as corridor rooftops in order to have continuity in design. In our buildings, we have some corridors that have no windows, but we carry this theme through so we have continuity and it all has the same look. What? All right, I'm being told I've got 4 minutes left. The planning department has already, next slide, Bob. That's a before. Now, they've shown the after. Those roof lines are 30 feet up in the air. We go from the street up, that's probably 30 to 40 feet to the third floor. In our opinion, using the solar panels as awning material will accomplish 2 things. Incorporating the patio plus the corridor roof coverings will allow us to double our energy savings. It will truly enhance our building. Let's show you a few pictures of some of the properties around.
Let's see examples of
What?
somewhere before and after.
Yeah, that's another before and after shot. There's before
There's after.
and there's after. You can hardly tell the difference from the street. Another before, another after. Now, let's look at some of the other.
There's 2 more. One before.
Okay, 2 more. Go ahead.
Hardly noticeable.
Hardly noticeable.
This one you won't even see.
Most of the property is hidden by these trees from the street. You can't hardly see the property. Take a look at what's around. There's the Jan's Mall. We have subtitles on there. Look at the different colors, the different materials. They are made of wood. They're made of canvas. They're made of tile. They're made of steel. They're made of metal. This is at the Jan's Mall. It's the Oaks Mall. It's the Caruso property. And we do comply with every number that we have been given to look at, meaning the requirements. In our opinion, we have done an incredible job doing those things. All of these, that's a metal roof. Can you beat it? You can have signage on them. You can have designs. They're very eye-catching. If you look at Caruso Shopping Center, upgrading the Oaks Mall and the Jan's Mall, all upscale, modern, and they don't exactly fit today's guidelines, which I'm proud of. I look at some of these things, and I just say I'm proud of you for having the foresight and improving a lot of these projects and things to make TO such a wonderful place to live and work. Look at the innovations at these places. We've experienced previously colors, various materials, different looks. We don't have all brown tones like we did yesterday. We have 3 turning lanes, which on Westlake and Thousand Oaks, which is unique. We don't use typewriters, we use computers, no buggy whips, no wristwatches.
And tell them this is the view from the street.
And this is the view from the street. Take a look at it. Did you know Westlake passed an ordinance required artwork elements in all future projects? I beat them by 20 years. Summing up, I live here, I love this community, and I only want the best. I urge you to approve this project in its entirety. Win, lose, or draw, I have more to lose than anybody else. If they don't like it, they'll move out of the buildings. If they will, I will have a winner. I'm sure I've got a winner. I'd like my architect to... look at what's been done. There's the Infinity Building. The glass on the Infinity Building looks almost like our solar pads. We put in the Ford Building over there. It's aluminum, brushed aluminum. It's drop dead gorgeous. It's modern. This is modern too. Please, please, please approve it in its entirety.
Mr. Selvin, thank you for your presentation.
Come on.
Commissioners, do we have any questions?
I have my architect
I'm
for
sorry,
just a minute.
sir, but your allotted time has been used up. You will have a 5-minute period for rebuttal after we've had questions and staff.
Sorry.
There will be a 5-minute period for you for rebuttal after staff has another chance to speak. Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I did have a question. I saw on your slide presentation you kind of went through it very quickly, the solar reflection study.
Yes.
Perhaps, if you could spend a couple minutes just walking me through that.
Can I just back it up to that?
There was a question about reflection, which frankly we addressed, I think, very well. If you take a look at the screen, we'll bring it up in just a second here.
Sun comes down, it hits. And
The sun comes, I think you can see the outline. When the sun comes down and hits the awnings, it actually reflects the rays out, not down. The windows actually are down, would have a downward reflection. The awnings will have an upward reflection, which I think should cover all of that reflection conversation. Anything else?
Commissioner Alexander.
I'm sorry, can you speak up just a bit?
Yep, if I can make my mic work.
Thank you.
One of your depictions showed the before and the after. Can you bring up any one of those on the screen? Because what I'd like to ask is in relation to the color change that we're seeing in the after with the solar panels.
Yeah, she's backing up to that. Actually, the property sits up about 8 or 10 feet.
Excuse me, sir.
Sidewalk.
Sir, can you please speak into the mic? Because
I'm sorry.
We're also on
Yes.
TV.
Okay,
So
thank you.
You're a TV star now.
The property actually sits about 8 to 10 feet above the sidewalk level, one. And number two, the windows are probably each 10, 20, 30 feet up in the air. So you're going to see basically the bottom of the solar panels, which are going to be a cover, which we will make the same color or complementary color to the building.
Here's before, after.
Do you see it?
Yeah, go back to those two. To the before first, please.
Sure. Before.
That one's fine. Okay, just stop there. The colors that I'm seeing on the top row and also on the bottom row, those are the panels that are on the essentially the mansard portion of the roof. Is that correct?
Yeah, the panels. The solar panels are right here. That's
Correct, and also up top.
That's the window on the side.
The panel is underneath,
That's the window.
and then you can see the other panel right there.
I understand that. So at this point, if those panels are not part of the project, those that you've just indicated, okay, does this project still get close to meeting your goals?
I'm sorry, what?
Does the project get close to meeting your goals if you eliminate the...
And I understand that you want what you want. I get that.
Yes, we want it very badly.
I understand that. But
that
30% reduction?
the awnings themselves are probably easily 30% of the project. And if you figure which we figure the flat roofs, the corridors over some of that roof, we make in an awning manner, it probably increases that to 35% or more.
so does that mean if you take out those two areas where we can see the panel in this particular picture, that you're only losing 5% of your power?
We would lose 35% of our energy savings.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I lost where I was in my notes originally. My other question I had for you is that in the staff report it indicated that there may be consideration of solar carports as a subsequent phase of this project. Why? I mean, because ultimately, you know why staff has made their recommendation. We have problem, staff sees a problem with that very design. I just want to know, why haven't we considered an alternative, maybe start with the carports and then if you want to work and add this at a later date? It just seems, we've had other projects come before the city where carports and the solar panels were allowed. I just want to know why not now? Why not start with the solar panels on the carports?
Well, one, they're very expensive. You got to dig footings, you got to put up steel structures, and we have loads of trees. loads of landscaping. And frankly, this I thought was a brilliant idea because we're incorporating awnings with solar. Awnings have a life of probably 5, 6, 7 years. This has a life of 25 years plus. So there are multiple reasons why you'd want to do these as awnings. Number two, they're gorgeous. If you look at the aesthetics, you'll find that it's really makes a highlight. The black and the white on the building is a real highlight. And I think it enhances the building and the beauty of the building. I just don't understand what the shortcomings are regarding using it. It's a drop-dead gorgeous entity. It saves energy, and it's a win-win for one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Lewis.
Okay.
For me.
Oh.
John Anthony Lewis, the architect for the project. Good evening.
Thank you for coming. I asked staff of this question, so I'll re-ask it for your benefit. In your project mission statement, on the second paragraph, there's a reference, and I'll just repeat the sentence. We believe this is in keeping with the City of Thousand Oaks declaration to give their portion of Highway 101 corridor a high-tech presence. This was wondering, since staff was unable to verify that this was city policy, what information you used for the basis of that comment?
Actually, that was coming from my client's understanding of the City Council and of the direction that design is taking generally in the more contemporary buildings that have been placed in the TO corridor.
Okay. And then perhaps you could answer this question as well. There's several intimations made and actually outright statements by staff that lacking some additional information, not having actual color and material sample boards. Do you have any idea why that information has not been made available to staff?
I don't believe that that's the full case of it. I submitted very early on to planning the color board of the fascia, which is basically a creamy off-white, and the soffit material, which was a light tan. And if you don't mind, I'll show you. These are the color swatches that I provided in a smaller scale. Here is one of the possible colors for the soffit material, which amongst others that we still haven't finally selected because we've been waiting to see if we can actually get this project to go forward. This would be a corrugated soffit material, perforated or solid, that would be done in this color. And then this is the fascia, which pretty much matches the stucco color of the building. And when you look at that picture, you're looking at predominantly the underside and fascia of these awnings, which, except for some distant shots from the street and the Promenade Shopping Center, you would not see much of the actual black solar panel. You would be seeing the fascia and the underside as you approach the building.
Thank you. And then I can't find it now, but I thought I read reference to shop drawings, a request for shop drawings. I think there was some concern about how the panels would be butted together. Is that something that's
the architectural drawings did not finalize the connecting problems of the solar panels to each other because we hadn't picked a manufacturer yet. The structure, the support structure for the canopy and the awnings was all fully orchestrated in architectural detail. We also had structural drawings drawn up that are fully detailed, but it was a very late, last-minute request by someone on planning to see the structural, and actually I didn't see any reason for submitting the structural plans. The structure is not expressed on the outside of the awning. It's completely covered by the soffit material, the fascia, and the solar panel. So there is no structure to be looked at. So that's what we have. We still need the detailing of the actual panels when we pick the manufacturer.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Lewis, before you go, I do
Yes.
have one question.
Okay.
Again, in that project mission statement, there's a statement that the design intention has been to create a light framework in clean angular geometry to the forms and shade canopies and so on. Given that the majority of the discussion here tonight has been around a substance that is black, could you elucidate what is meant by the term a light framework?
It's actually referring to the structural size of the columns, which is quite light and delicate. The fascia is not a very heavy element. It's only like 9 inches high. And frankly, the black is not, it's a charcoal. It's a kind of matte charcoal surface. So light is mostly a structural reference rather than a color.
Columns, you're referring to the columns that hold up
the canopy,
patio
yes.
covers. Yeah.
And certainly the structure of the awning is self-supporting and not visible. It's just a simple triangle against the wall.
All right. Thank you.
Which, may I add about the question of drainage, because I think that's an important one.
Mm-hmm.
The awning, even the existing ones, they don't add any extra rain surface to the drainage of the building. If the awning wasn't there, the corridor, which is all waterproof decking, would still receive the same amount of water. But it's actually delayed by the awning. The awning at this point in the existing condition just drops down onto the waterproof deck and to drains. I don't know that we're planning or need to have actual a guttering around all of the awnings, but perhaps on the canopy we will be addressing continually taking the water on the flat surface away by conducting it through some concealed piping.
Okay, thank you. It was just a curious question because I didn't see any reference to that.
A real one.
Okay,
sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions for our applicant? Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Lewis, thank you. You will have another 5-minute period for rebuttal after we conclude public speaking and staff comments. Thank you. We do have one other public speaker card on this item. Again, Mr. Nick Kidway. You have 5 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence.
Nick Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park, Director Concerned Citizens, Thousand Oaks. Honorable and distinguished Chair, I do appreciate the drop-dead gorgeous designs, but the applicant failed to mention the other wizardry that he has done in Newbury Park near my home, which used to be a Holiday Inn, which is the Palm Garden. I mean, it's just an experience to stay there. I have many people who have done there, and I encourage other community members to take advantage of that. I would like to ask the Planning Commission to guess. I think you know that the biggest commercial retail outlets in the country are Costco, Walmart, and Home Depot. Would anybody guess that they are the biggest users of solar panels and solar electricity producers in the country? Because they have flat roofs and you don't see their solar panels, and they all have them. I don't know about the Thousand Oaks one, but I'm sure it has it. I haven't talked to the manager about that. The city has done a great job with the Hill Canyon solar thing, but one of the last conversations I had with the departing city manager in his office 2 months ago was, and he was very receptive, but he said there were impediments that this building has no solar. And we have a perfect parking structure. We have a hill on the side by the 101, which could use some solar arrays that he was not aware of. And I would strongly encourage the Planning Commission to try to encourage that and encourage more LEED buildings. I mean, we should be the leaders in LEED certified buildings and solar. We are not. And this is a step in the right direction. And I mean, I sold solar. This is my card. And one of the problems we had is that half our projects were not approved by the cities. And I had to spend time going to the cities, explaining it and making the changes. And that's why, I'm so disturbed with the changes trying to be made from the days. Because, I don't know how many thousands of man-hours, hundreds of man-hours have been spent on this, and to try to, and it has to pencil out. That's the other thing. And we have a winner here, 100% leased buildings. Coming from a person like that, so like he has said, you should approve the whole project as is. One of the other improvements that you did not see in the pictures is that we are going through an undergrounding of the utilities. So when the people are sitting on the patios, they will have a beautiful view without those underground utilities. And so I thank the city for doing that. Even though I appreciate the concept of the drop-dead beauty, still does not compare to Britney Spears. I saw her at the other promenade the other day in Westlake, and she's a small package, but very beautiful. And these, the thing that I'm disappointed in the city drawings is that they're black and white. They don't do justice to the drop-dead beauty. And I would encourage, I know it costs money, but one of the ways around that is I've been saying for years, and I met Mayor Cooperberg on Saturday. I knew him from the 80s, and even in the 80s, Agora Hills had video. It's not professional, but they use a video to show the projects. And if you had a video of the buildings, you could pan out, stop it, and get a visual picture better than just a still picture. So maybe that is something to consider, and I fully support this project. It's going to be great. I just have one slight issue in that some concerned citizens, at least one, maybe two, I think I have, they don't like the statues. I have no problem with them, but I just want to say that it's not unanimous, but it's a very small thing, but I think it adds to the beauty and costs a lot of money. I wish I had the money. I would take some of these in my front yard. Thank you for letting me speak.
Mr. Kidway, the commission, and Ms. Spears, thank you for your comments. We'll now go to staff for its any further comments specifically on comments by the applicant.
Yeah, again, just more of a little clarification. Again, we were asking for the shop drawings, or actually some structural drawings of the how these the panels, panels would be installed. Again, for clarity, so staff could see that relationship to the drafting of the report, so we could assure as far as what is shown in the view sheds are actually attainable as far as the design on that. And that is why we asked for that component to it. We did not receive, even though the applicant did state that, or the architect did state they follow a standard roof-mounted component to that. If need be, if the direction is to go forward with the design, we are prepared to make adjustments in the conditions to require as far as the butt joints and so forth on that. And again, for clarity's sake, we're not in opposition to the solar panels on this building. The locations, as far as on the rooftops, even the rooftops on the canopies that would be placed over the terraces are certainly acceptable by staff as far as we are supporting those. The issue comes in with the adjustments as far as these angled pieces on the awnings and the mansard roof component, and the relationship as far as to the architectural design guidelines and the freeway corridor design guidelines on that. Again, they are guidelines. The commission has the option to approve those on that, but we're doing our due diligence as far as pointing out what is there. That's why we are bringing this case forward to the commission tonight. That's all I have.
Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shepard, in your report, and again, I asked the applicant regarding samples and materials. They obviously provided some samples tonight, but in your report, it appears as though that you did not have the traditional sample board where things are kind of laid out, identified, labeled, and such, and also didn't have the shop drawing. So is it still your position that you are lacking the necessary information to make an informed decision or recommendation at this point?
Well, the materials that were represented tonight, we did receive as far as the corrugated component, the earth tone colors as far as some of the fascia components. But as far as the panels themselves are something that we did not receive on that. We always see it best as far as if we had that material, we could, in a clear conscience statement as far as from a staff, state this is how it, based on these designs, these shop drawings and so forth, this is what we're seeing. But without that, the question is always out there. We can condition, but there's always a risk to that.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Shepard, looking at the picture that's on the display right now, and relative to your recommended project, would the solar panels that are now the black line visible at the bottom and also the black line visible at the top, with the one, as I understand it, in the middle being windows, would those two black lines that represent solar panels, would they not be there in your recommended project?
From what I see on this, it would be the audience portions of the building on that. With the recommendation that staff has, direction, those solar panels used as awnings would not be part of the approval on that. Certainly, if they were coming back with a different awning material and so forth, other than panels, that could be looked at on as far as for a review through possibly a design review or other components to it. But the use of solar panels that are depicted on that, as far as the awnings, would be removed from the recommendation that staff is making to the commission tonight.
Thank you.
Additional questions for staff? Commissioner Pletcher.
Perhaps this is actually more of a question for the city attorney or Mr. Town. So looking at the architectural design guidelines, to what extent is the Planning Commission allowed to, I guess for lack of a better word, deviate from them and what they specifically say? I mean, especially it seems, again, we're back to the color conversation, but the, muted earth tones, and I mean, there's a lot of description of earth tones and browns and greens, and I just want to know and understand better, to what extent are we allowed to kind of move away from that or deviate depending on the project?
Thank you. Really what it boils down to is whether the commission finds the proposed design consistent with the policies the staff has cited in the staff report. This is an area where there is subjectivity. It's not, no pun intended, it's not black and white. There is no building setback issue here. It is really a question of whether you, as the commission, feel that this project complies with the architectural guidelines. And there is flexibility, in fact, to find that it does. And so we would, if the commission opted to go with support of the project in its entirety, just as a small example, on page 4 of your packet, finding number 1, right now it reads, the project is as conditioned, consistent with the Thousand Oaks general plan, including the scenic highways element of the general plan. If the commission opted to support the project in its entirety, we would simply strike as conditioned. The project is consistent with, etc. So it's something where it's really not a waiver per se. It's really a finding of consistency with the city's policies as outlined in the report.
I will also add that we rarely do this. If you look at the staff report, we actually have 2 different options that we're offering to you. And the reason why is because we had this scale that we've had in planning department, and we it's not a struggle, but we have this issue with this particular case where we want to give you the options that are available, but we have this unique system where we don't have the panels. We can't, we look at photo sims and are those accurate, and we have that kind of issue. But as Mr. Shepard stated, we are concerned that this is contrary to the guidelines as interpreted. As Mr. Town had just said, those are interpretation, and there are times when we are before you, and the example I have is the one in which we brought the roof down. It was a colored roof or metal roof on Teal Boulevard, and at the end of the evening, after you voted, you decided that it was okay for that. But we brought it to you because we, looking at our conditions and look at our guidelines, we do not feel comfortable making that call. As Mr. Town and the report states, I think Mr. Shepard also stated it, there are some of these elements that we would have approved without even bringing it to you. For example, the roof solar panels. But because of these other features that are being proposed, that is why we are in front of this commission tonight. So as Mr. Town stated, it's this situation in which we look at the guidelines and we say, this is why we are saying our option one is what we're recommending. But in this particular case, because of this uniqueness of this case, we wanted to be very upfront with you and say, we're also going to give you the option two because of this concern of the solar panels in this unique area and this unique design that we have not seen. And so we look at these guidelines as those guidelines, and unfortunately for you guys, you have to be the ones that look at this and say, are we comfortable with this, or are we not comfortable with it, and go from there.
So we should read these recommendations from the city as just a subjective opinion, and then make our own findings or recommendation.
Well, I would say that the conditions that we have and looking at the guidelines, we are quoting those guidelines exactly. So when you have a black panel, we know that it's not the earth tone and it's made of glass and a different material. So that is why we see that contrast. We don't see that consistent necessarily. But again, there are options for you to say, we're okay with this look at this, the way it's been featured and the way it's being presented by the applicant. And that's where you have to come in and say, are you comfortable with that or not?
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to follow up on Commissioner Pletcher's question regarding the guidelines, just so I understand the meaning of 6 words there. And those words are primary building surfaces and muted earth tones. So am I correct in understanding that the guidelines require the, quote, primary building surfaces to be earth tones?
Yeah, that is how the guidelines were set up as far as their guidelines. Again, I know back in the day when they were implemented, the council was very clear to identify them as guidelines, not strict standards, but guidelines as far as for the development of the city and the architectural compatibility of the city. So that's how it was set up.
All right, thank you. Mr. Town?
Just to follow up on Mr. Shepard's comments, as stated in the policies themselves, these are either desirable or undesirable elements. So I think it denotes that there's a certain amount of interpretation, and as Mr. Heard mentioned, there have been a couple of cases which staff has brought to you, including the one that was mentioned and also the compatible electronics case on Conejo Ridge, where we had a question about building color, whether it was consistent with these policies or not. And so again, it is a matter of interpretation. The policies are they're quote-unquote guidelines, I mean by definition in their title, and then the way that it's laid out, they identify a number of desirable and undesirable elements in building design, and we have, of course, just identified the ones that are most relevant to this project. So it's really up to you, and in part it's a function of the extent of the, in this case, the solar awnings, if the commission feels like it is a significant change in terms of the exterior color in total, or whether it's not a significant change. So it's a question of scale. And again, if we just wanted tonight to lay out the options, pro and con, we obviously had some concerns. and otherwise leave it up to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Town. Are there any other commission questions for staff? Okay, then we will go back to our applicants, and you have 5 additional minutes to rebut comments, amplify comments, clarify. Again, please state your name and city of residence.
John Anthony Lewis, project architect, and I reside in Thousand Oaks. May I just say that the use of the awnings with solar panels are a compatible addition to the sculptural quality of the existing facade. They respond to the demands of form and function. They serve to lower solar heat gain that would be otherwise penetrating through the windows, and the cooling costs are reduced, while adding flowing horizontal lines that give a more streamlined appearance to the two buildings. The concerns that have been raised by the planning department, specifically, it was mentioned in the guidelines that black is not a compatible color, that these awnings would be black, and then in another phrase there was the silver mention of they don't use bright silver metallic surfaces. And then it was mentioned that the solar awnings would also be silver. So you can't have both black and silver. It's a matte black with a black frame. There is no silver anywhere in the whole project. Just want to make that very clear. The presence of the concern for black being overbearing when we add these solar awnings, I think it was mentioned that there was a concern that it might become industrial park-like in terms of the building. So little, I think, is being, as we show on some of these photographs, so little of the balance of black versus the earth tones, tan and beige, is being changed by the presence of the solar panels, because from most views, furthest away, across the street, you'll see more of the panel, but it's a tiny proportion like the windows are. As you approach the building, more and more of the black disappears as you see the fascia and the underside. So the overall look is still maintaining the integrity of the TO desire to keep it beige. The third point, which is, I don't mean to be rude, but one issue was it's never been done before, and my answer is, so what? I mean, we are in a time of society where major changes are happening all the time. Frank Gehry's structures blew people's minds, and yet we see them all over the world, including LA. What would happen if he came here to introduce a building that, you know, was just totally not in your ordinances? What would be the response? So when I look at the envelope, what we've been trying to do is to advance, and we can't advance without in some small ways pushing the envelope. Harry Sullivan represents that rare client developer who has been a leader in paying for aesthetic upgrades that cost a lot but satisfy his vision of contributing art and attractive buildings that benefit the whole community and as well as the end users. In conclusion, the proposed solar awnings and canopies respond to the existing design of the building, but also follow the current state and federal solar encouragements or mandates. We're offering a beautiful solution to the country's energy crisis by offering shade on the terraces for people to enjoy at lunch and cooling of the offices with a 60% reduction of electricity, thus taking pressure off of the demands of the city's electrical supply grid. We expect this completed project to be an example of good solar design that we and the City of Thousand Oaks can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, if you could be brief, please. You've got about 1 minute. Thank you.
I want my son to bring up on the slides to show what the viewpoint is from the city street. So if you will just bear with us quickly, we will go to that. I would say 75%, 80% of the property is obscured by the trees. So if we're talking about who's going to see what, we were showing very small slices of the building, but where you had a clear view. But from there, we're coming up to those slides real quick. From the street, that's what you see. Look at the views from the street, walking down the street. From the other side of the street, you can't even see the building. 80%, 75% of it is obscured. And what my architect mentioned just a moment ago, the words that we heard from the planning department were, it's never been done before. That's not a good excuse. Second, it's not on our approved list. I submit that we should do something to save energy, and this is a very, very nice looking project, and I don't see anything wrong with black trim on a building. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Mr. Sullivan.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan, if you would, please. One question from.
I have a question for you, Mr. Sullivan.
Question.
Okay.
This is just a cautionary question because I'm not sure, since we have not discussed this as the commission yet. And
I'll give you a cautionary answer.
Okay. That's the best I can ask for. There's been some concerns expressed over various issues tonight, and I'm not quite sure where we're going to end up here. And I also know that we only have 4 commissioners here. If we have difficulty in reaching a conclusion as a commission, would a continuance be an option for you? Would you entertain that?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure before we get there and before we close the public hearing, because I'm sure we'll have some discussion here. That was my only question.
When you say a continuance, bringing in the 5th member?
Not necessarily. What it just means is if we are unable to reach a conclusion tonight, it would be continued to the future, which at that point we would have a 5th member. But at least it's just, rather than putting an end to it tonight and having to go through the whole process again if it's not in your favor, it just keeps the door open so we can reach a conclusion at a date in the future.
Yes, I would be amenable to that, but this is over 1 year in planning and over 6 months in the planning department. We've been waiting very patiently, and I hope that you will come to a very positive conclusion tonight.
Well,
Thank you.
I hope we can satisfy you as best possible. Thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, less a question and more just a quick response to Mr. Lewis's statement and kind of what I feel is an understanding by the applicant. I don't think under any terms, I can't speak for everybody up here, but because you are the first is not we all see that it's not a reason not to or to say no to your project. Because you are the first, we realize our important role is we have to set an example for other developments within our jurisdiction that may be interested in putting solar panels. And at least with me, I can speak on my behalf. I just want to make sure we're doing it correctly and sending a very clear message to everybody else, because they are guidelines, and so we do have some flexibility as has already been discussed up here. However, it's very important to send a very clear message to anybody else who's interested why we are deciding what we decide. So thank you.
Are there any other commission questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and begin the commission discussion. A little bit different this evening. Before we hear any motions, I want to ask if there's any questions or comments anyone would like to make before a motion is thrown out. Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. As Commissioner Plesser said, this is the first. it therefore, in my opinion at least, means that we have to send a clear message. He said it, I'm saying the same thing. And the message has to be something that allows some flexibility, but at the same time, in my opinion only, it follows the guidelines that we've been given. Okay? So while staff has indicated, we can go one way or another, the guidelines to me are significant, especially in this case. And considering the fact that, for example, if the recommendation of the commission was as staff has recommended, the applicant obviously has the opportunity to then take it to the council and say, hey, we got almost everything we wanted, but they can go from there. So those are the things that I look at in trying to come up with a final decision.
Again, before the motion is made, I want to throw out two comments. One is to concur with Commissioner Pletcher's comment about the importance of process, and I guess Commissioner Alexander's as well, about how important process is here. I think staff is being entirely correct in going through the process and bringing to us what pretty clearly does and does not, these parts of the application that do and do not conform to the architectural guidelines. And that brings me to my second comment, which is those 6 words again: primary building surfaces and muted earth tones, again from the guidelines. And I think the central question we're grappling with tonight is whether the solar panels on the 2 sections we're talking about, because the roof part is great, there's no dispute over that, but for the solar awnings and for the mansard roof sections of the patio covers, the central question, at least in my opinion, is whether those surfaces, those black panels, constitute, quote, primary building surfaces. They may not. That is a subjective call. But that seems to me to be the crux of the issue we need to address tonight. Other comments, questions, and motions? Commissioner Nichols.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your commentary and suggestions. I would like to make a few comments before I make a motion here. I too had a similar concern as to whether these were considered primary surface or an accent piece. And I think with the color being a key factor, that there is some question. And I think what is part of the concern that I have is what staff expressed the concern is lack of the information that they needed to make a conclusory recommendation, whether it be the shop drawings or materials or whatever they felt they were lacking, were unable to reach that conclusion. I do believe it is somewhat precedent setting in that we have not seen this before as an architectural feature. And so I do want to make sure that what processes we establish here are something we can replicate in the future. And I certainly think that having the adequate information to make that determination is part of that. Whether this is directly visible from the street because of the trees and vegetation obviously is debatable, and yet it's within the proximity of a scenic highway, and so we still need to follow those guidelines. And I think even with the renderings that we've seen and such, I think there's still some uncertainty whether they are consistent with the design guidelines. And when it comes to option B, I would find it difficult to say that I can conclude in all certainty that they are consistent with city policies. So for that reason, I would like to make a motion to move forward with option A as suggested by staff to approve the project in part with the solar awnings and solar mansard roofs on the patio covers being deleted. And I think we also have some other corrections in the conditions that we also need to include. I think, see if I can get which one that was. Oh, on condition number 14, where instead of carport structures, it should be patio covers. And then 15, there was a typo with a column's width on that. That would conclude my motion.
Thank you. Other comments? Responses? Commissioner Fletcher.
I don't know if we can do this for reference. Is it possible to get the slide up that is that kind of that closer view that we looked at for a long period of time? That, if that made any sense in my request. Because what I understand the motion, just my only comment is, I think if we were to look at this building and it didn't have the tinted windows along the exterior, and if it were, let's say, just a solid earth tone wall or even clear windows, that one, yeah, thank you. I mean, if the windows were not tinted and they were clear, or it just was a solid kind of, like I said, earth tone wall, I could certainly see where you're going. But then on the flip side, I understand why you would do a design like this, because it's not like the black isn't already on the wall or around the building. So I don't see it as necessarily being that forward thinking or that kind of out there beyond what the guidelines already propose, because, or the guidelines already state, because they've managed to build a building with windows that are already tinted, they're already black. So it's not like that, again, it's not like that black color's not present already within that building. I guess that's my only comment I want to throw out to the commission. Yeah.
Basically, I support the motion. I support the concept of the use of solar, and I've been going back and forth, and it becomes a question in my mind of staying with the guidelines that have been defined for us, and I think that's our job. Making policy is the next step up the chain, but I think at this point, I think we need to go with the motion and option A. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Commissioner Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in response, I think it's important for the commission to know that I personally don't believe we're making policy by any means. These are guidelines. This isn't the black and white law. This isn't something that is set in stone in which we can't deviate from. I mean, we do have the flexibility to work within these guidelines, and that's why we were presented as, both the city attorney and Mr. Town stated, we were presented with two options with regard to this. I don't know, in addition, I don't know if anybody would be open to, I certainly plan on proposing, if we could kick this down the road a little bit and maybe get the city what it needs to consider as far as making this large change. I'm very torn with the motion that's before the commission. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
Mr. Chair, I would be willing to entertain a continuance, because my main concern is lack of materials for staff to make a conclusory assessment. And if we could, and the applicant has already agreed, although hesitantly, that a continuance he would support, to allow them time to provide staff the necessary materials to reach a recommendation at that point, a more informed recommendation, I should say, where we only have one option rather than two. I think it would be better off for the applicant rather than have to start this whole process again and further delay the project. And if the commission would entertain a continuance, I would certainly support that.
I have a question on that. I think all of us support not solar energy. I support renewable energy of all kinds and would like to see it adopted in our city on a much larger scale than a few solar panels here or there. But with regard to this case and the few specifics that are missing, do we think as a panel that getting the pieces of this that are missing, and there are some substantial pieces missing, is that going to be enough for staff to change its mind and say that the guidelines are substantially now met? Because my sense, and I'd asked Mr. Shepard about this earlier, whether the photo simulations were substantially correct representations of this, and the answer was affirmative. So would filling in the missing pieces here change any of that? And that's my only hesitance about going to a continuance. I mean, I think at least at a high level, we understand what the project has been proposed to be. So, or are we just kicking the ball down the road, or are we really changing the size or shape of the ball here?
Okay, Vice Chair. I need to state that there is a motion on the floor, which is option A. If you are not going to vote on that motion at this point, and that's certainly an option for you to take, you need to clarify that you're going to withdraw that motion, and then you'd have to open the public hearing, because we really do need clarification, in my opinion, from the applicant that he would be willing to continue it for that purpose. There is a due process here, which whatever option you take or whatever decision you make, but for that particular thing, I certainly would want on the record that he is comfortable with continuing it for that specific purpose of providing additional information to Mr. Shepard. But with your comments, I just want to make sure that you're clear that right now there is a motion on the floor for you to vote on, and if you're not going to vote on that, then you need to withdraw that and then go to the next level.
All right. Thank you for that. That's a fair point, and thank you for clarifying that. So, Commissioner Nichols, if you do want to move forward with a continuance, my understanding of Mr. Heer's comments is that we should withdraw the motion. On the other hand, if you'd like for us to continue the motion, it is on the table and we can discuss it further.
I'll go ahead and withdraw the motion and allow further discussion to pull this out so we can reach an amenable decision on that.
Okay. And I'll restate my question, which is it our judgment that a continuance for the narrowly defined purpose of getting the missing materials to staff, will supplying those materials substantially change the application enough so that we can vote affirmatively to approve the whole package? Commissioner Alexander.
In my opinion, the missing information isn't going to change, from my perspective, the essential issue, which is color, for lack of anything else. I mean, there's a whole bunch of recommendations within the package, but it's not going to change the fact that we're going to have black on white, and that is specifically not within the guidelines as I understand them. And I won't fight a continuance from my perspective. I don't think it's going to change anything. So to answer that question, I think all it does is kick the can down the road, and it doesn't give any more definition unless somehow they come back and say, well, those black panels don't need to be there. They can be an earth tone color, and they'll function. And I think that's where we are. Back to the original motion, but that's...
So I would generally concur with all of that except the part about the earth tone solar panels, because that's not a choice. As we heard tonight, we get chicken or fish. Those are our choices.
Let me point out that several years ago there were a lot of choices that don't exist today.
Mm-hmm.
And having just gone through this exercise personally, I will tell you that the technology continues to evolve. So what doesn't exist today may in a year, may in two, and maybe it gets to have the additional stuff. But to look for the other undefined materials isn't going to change the color one way or the other.
Yeah, and it's a good point about future materials. However, again, the application before us tonight involves very dark, probably black panels. Yeah. Mr. Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment. The issue of having the examples of the solar panels in hand would potentially help staff in terms of one of the 4 policies that were cited. In other words, there's a policy, as noted in your staff report, where the city policies militate against metallic appearing materials used for prominent or primary exterior surfaces. So, as we laid out in the staff report, having those materials in hand could help us to address that one issue of policy consistency, but it really would not affect the other 3 that are outlined in the report. So while it's important and helpful, it wouldn't completely change the discussion.
And that also helps clarify the scope of the discussion. Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you. I guess, based on the discussion here, I think it's fair, and I wanted to at least bring it up, the idea of a continuance, to talk about it and consider it and really judge what staff needs and what could be done with more information. And obviously we have our answer now. So, with that, should this, it seems to be clear that a continuance at least is not on the table because it won't change some of the other grander issues that appear to be problematic here tonight. So I guess with that, I wanted to withdraw even my consideration of putting that out there. I just wanted a fair discussion of the matter, really. And should, we as a body decide otherwise, then I just wanted that to be known.
Thank you. Just as a sort of overarching principle, any applicant always has the option to continue or request a continuance of a decision, particularly if it doesn't appear to be going in their favor. That, in other cases that we've had, does give the applicant an opportunity to, again, it's up to the applicant, to modify their designs in response to commission concerns. What I would suggest is perhaps reopen the hearing and ask the applicant if they have any interest in a continuance, because if there is not a continuance and if the commission does not support the project in its entirety, then obviously the applicant can either proceed along that path or appeal that decision to City Council. A continuance allows a little bit more work to be done on the plan without paying for an appeal fee and so forth. It's a faster way to resolve an issue in some cases, but it's up to the applicant, because the applicant, in terms of due process, is entirely entitled to a decision tonight.
Commissioners, is there any objection to reopening the public hearing? Okay, well, at this point, that's what I will do. We'll reopen the public hearing and ask the applicant, Mr. Selvin, Mr. Lewis, if you can speak to whether you would be willing to, instead of us voting tonight, to have the continuance for the purpose. Please speak to the microphone, sir, and I'll turn on your microphone. If you're willing to, you've already stated your willingness to have a continuance. The question before us is whether a continuance for the purpose of supplying new materials to staff and getting together with staff to do enough redesign work so that the design is compliant with the guidelines. Are you willing to have a continuance for that purpose?
Yes, but a question. Are we really only talking about whether that's going to be beige or black? Isn't that what it really comes down to?
There are. I'm not going to give you a yes or no answer to that question because I don't make the policy. I
understand.
I implement
yes.
the policy. There are many ways to implement designs that have black solar panels.
I'm not sure how. Yes, I would go for a continuance rather than a no. I would rather see a yes, of course. But I don't understand. You've got glass windows, you've got a glass panels, which match reasonably close, not identical, but similar. And I think you're really fighting over, is it going to be a black awning or is it going to be a beige awning? And I think the real issue is, are we going to be able to save energy? I think that's the real issue. A continuance?
Actually, Mr. Sullivan,
sure, I would be glad.
The question before us tonight is not whether energy is or is not saved, although we all support you in your use of solar energy. But that's not the question before us tonight. The question is one of architectural policy and of land use policy. That's what we're here to answer.
All right, then my question is, have we not already been through that with the planning department?
Well,
what will we gain? Yes, I would be glad to do anything to help clarify, to help work through this. Yes, but what are we going to clarify?
We all have a common interest in having developers such as yourself use the latest, most energy efficient materials within the guidelines that the Scenic Highways Program, the architectural guidelines set forth. The reason we're here tonight is that staff came to an impasse where most but not all details of your application are in conformance with those guidelines, and because of the precedent involved here, and it is a precedent, in their judgment, this really was something not to be decided at a staff level, but rather at a planning commission, possibly at a city council level.
All right, how will the continuance operate? What would happen?
Well, there would be, for starters, if your team would supply the missing materials, then there would be a discussion, further discussion with staff about ways to make the design compliant with the architectural guidelines, is my understanding.
If you feel that will be any more positive, of course I would go for it. I would prefer, we've been 1 year in the planning, we've been 6 months through the planning department just to get to this stage. I see us with a continuance and further planning, we may be another 3, 6, 10 months away from a decision. And that's my hesitation.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Nichols.
Mr. Chair, if I could just speak briefly. Mr. Sullivan, again, I think just want to reemphasize we certainly support your efforts to install solar panels. Some of the issues that have been raised have to do with the compliance with the city policies and design guidelines. Nothing to do with whether or not solar panels is a good idea. We all support that. I understand your concern with excessive time going through the process. What we're trying to do is it appears, and I can't say for sure because we haven't voted yet, but it appears as though we were not going to support your request as moving forward with the project in its entirety. And rather than denying that request, which would then cause you to have to restart the process again in trying to get that started, that this now gives you a little working time with the city staff to kind of iron out some of the details. Not so much only what maybe staff has also mentioned, but the discussion that we as a commission have presented. Your design team can take notes from that, as well as the staff. come together, say, hey, these were the issues that were brought up. Let's see if we can address those. Come back in whatever be a few weeks or a month or two, not like it would be 6 or 12 months.
Can we put a time frame on it?
Have those issues addressed.
We can.
We could, but I would be hesitant to do that. I would have to defer to the staff on doing that, because that locks you into a certain. We can do it to a time uncertain, and then once the staff has realized everything has reached a conclusion, then they bring it back to the staff, and I'll let Mr. Town address that.
What I would suggest is that if we are going to entertain a continuance, that it be a continuance to a date certain of October 10th, because that is, that is 3 meetings from now. If there were any revisions to the plans, Mr. Lewis would need a little bit of time to do that. We couldn't, if we scheduled it, for instance, to a date certain of September 26th, we'd literally have to get everything resolved in about the next 10 days to start the new public notice cycle. So I would suggest October 10th. If you feel that is too far, we could back off to September 26th. That's about a month away. It's a very narrow window, but ultimately it's your
We
decision.
could get back on September.
We could go for September 26th. It leaves us very little time, and you and your team very little time to make any changes to the plans. That's my only concern.
That's enough.
All right.
September 26th?
It delays the project, but I guess.
Understand. The other option is, as Commissioner Nichols mentioned, is to a date uncertain, where we work together. Once we find hopefully a solution to this, then we renotice it. If we go to a date certain, then there is no re-notification.
One of the problems that I see is this is something new. It's very positive, but it's not on the guidelines. It's not there, but it's not something that's negative. It's something that's very positive. I think going back to planning, I think we're going to come back 1 month from now and run into the same brick wall. That's my feeling. I feel the solar panels are a thing of the future. We have, cable TV. We have satellite TV. We have 3-lane turning lanes on the street. We have all of these things that we've progressed down the line. And I feel this is a natural, normal progression. I think it's a very positive thing. And I think it's mandated by the federal and state. And I think it's a very positive thing to move forward with. I hope you will not. If I'm forced to have a continuance, I'll take it. But by the same token, I hope you pass a very positive yes right now.
Mr. Sullivan, if I may, this is your choice, but I want to lay out what the choices before us are this evening. We can have from vaguest to most concrete. The vaguest one is a continuance to a date uncertain. So they continue to talk, but we don't know when we come back on this. Then there's we could vote, and if there's a no vote, okay, well, yeah, then there's a continuance to a date certain, which would be October the 10th, or to a date certain of September 26th, or we could vote tonight. If there's a no vote, you would be able to appeal our decision to the City Council.
I understand.
However, there's an appeal fee involved with that and getting on the City Council's calendar. Or we could vote tonight and you get a yes vote, which I understand, of course, is what you and your team would like. But I just wanted to enumerate what your different choices are.
Very frankly, I feel that a continuance would not get me any further than what we are right now. I feel that the planning department is looking at outdated, outmoded guidelines, that we have surpassed years back, but never amended the ordinances. If you look at some of the slides I had, we have awnings that are made out of metal. We have that are made out of glass. They're made out of wood. Anything but canvas. Colors are extreme. All of those guidelines don't address what has been happening in the past. I think you've been very forthright in a lot of your decisions in the planning department in doing some of those things. However, I feel that it's time to make a step forward at this time, bite the bullet, and say, yes, this is progress. Yes, this is a positive step. And I feel if we get a continuance, if I saw a glimmer of light there, I would say, yes, I think that would be great. But knowing John Shepard, knowing all the people in planning, Claudia, I've been there dozens and dozens of times. I know they've said in the past, it's not on our list. Go to the Planning Commission. So here I am at the Planning Commission asking for you to be a little forthright in a decision, because if I go back there, they're going to come back with, it's not on my list. It's not there. That's why they recommended I come to you and ask for this decision from you. So I feel that if I go back and ask for a continuance, I'm going to be back at square one, losing more time. I appeal to you, consider progress, consider the positives, consider the energy savings. I was in Los Robles Hospital last week, and they had a power shortage. The generators went on right away, but this is what we face in our community. We have power shortages, and I think we have to address it, and I'm trying to do that in a very, very positive manner. And I feel that if we're talking about awnings versus modules, I think it's a moot question. I think the aesthetics are fantastic. I have more to win or lose than anybody else, because if I get an ugly building, nobody's going to want to be there. If I have a very positive looking building, I will keep the building full. And I know we've tried to make the 101 a high-tech corridor for years, and I think this is a very positive approach. So with that, I'm going to leave it in your hands. I would like to see you take a vote on a yes on the entire project. That's going to get us energy efficient so much faster and so much better. And if you are, the subject was brought up, tomorrow there may be something new. It's going to be years. I've looked at this, I've looked at it, and I've had the same question. Do I invest $750,000 in solar? Tomorrow there may be something new. Well, energy is energy is energy, and it's here today, and that's our problem today. So I'm trying to address it. I know something better may come along 10 years from now, but I'll look at it then. So
thank you. Thank you for making clear your position. Mr. Lewis, did you have something to add?
May I just ask something to help clarify our future decisions? And this is really for the planning department, if we were to allow you to vote and you declined the present design, does that mean that we can go back to planning and discuss alternate surfaces?
Let me first challenge a premise of your question. You are not allowing us to vote.
Go ahead. I might correct myself. Thank you.
All right. But I want to be sure that we answer your question in good
meant that
faith.
in terms of our
Yes.
deciding for a continuance
All
versus
right.
saying go ahead and please
Yes.
vote now.
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Town, can you address that, please?
Well, if there was a continuance, it would give us the time to talk about materials, colors, locations, the design fundamentally itself, as well as the issue of materials. So in a sense, it's a question on your end whether you're willing to modify the design along those parameters, or whether you would like a vote tonight based on the current design.
how do you modify solar? It's a panel. We've gone from the normal cheap solar panels, which are blue, with aluminum frames. We've upgraded to the black solid panel. We've upgraded to black frames. We've upgraded where we're going to have corner cuts specially made for us, so there's continuity in the design, and all throughout we've done everything with the finest and the best. We want continuity. We want a nice, rich-looking building, and I don't know what going back to planning will help us. If you feel it will, tell me. I don't understand that. But I'll do whatever your recommendation.
We open the public hearing again to ask if you would like a continuance. I think we're hearing that you would not. You would prefer us to vote up or down. Is that a fair statement?
I would ask for a continuance if you think there would be some leeway, but the planning department has sent me to you to make this decision because they can't.
Okay, we wanted to offer you.
I would be glad to take it if they would be. John, would that be something that would be on the table?
Okay, let's be
clear, Mr. Sullivan. You're addressing the commission now and not the staff.
Right. Let's
okay.
And Vice Chair, let's just cut to the chase if I can, because we can be going circles here. The option that you did when you opened up the hearing was ask the applicant if he wanted to continue the hearing. He has voiced many statements, and based on your last comment, I would agree with you, Vice Chair, that it sounded like he didn't think it merited going to a continuance just because he was concerned that planning commission, the planners would have the same conclusion. We can't speak for that just because we don't have the information to weigh that and review that and articulate that for a new report. So certainly I would advise staff that they could not say tonight, oh, if we get new information, we're going to change our position or we're going to change our options. None of that could be said tonight because we don't have that materials. The reason why I was okay with opening the hearing for you was certainly because we want to give you that option that you have that if you wanted to do it. What I would suggest today, right now, actually, is just to say, if you're uncomfortable with doing a continuance because you don't think it'll be fruitful for you and you don't want to go that road, certainly within your rights to that, Mr. Sullivan, you certainly have that right. That's what I was understanding from you tonight just a few minutes ago, was that you were uncomfortable with that option. Again, the whole point of this was to give you that option as a continuance, because we normally would just go forward with a decision with option A or option B, which is what's in front of the commission right now. So what I would just suggest for you, Mr. Sullivan, and for the Vice Chair, is just to get clarity. Do you want to do a continuance? And if not, then we just move forward with closing the public hearing and making a vote for whatever the motions are going to be.
But may I ask one question? With a continuance, is it they've already said it's not on their list and recommended that we come to you? Now you're sending me back to planning.
We're giving you that option, and this really, at this point, this is a yes or no question. We're giving you the option to take some more time with a continuance to a date certain or uncertain or not. Those are the we wanted to present you with those options, but at this point we need to make a decision whether you'd like to avail yourself of those options or not.
I feel like I'm being moved back and forth without... Yes, I'll take the continuance if I have to. I would prefer to see you take a vote, frankly.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear
on
whether
a positive
you're
for the entire...
Right, well,
project.
I understand you would like a yes vote. The question before us right now is, would you as the applicant be willing to entertain a continuance, and we can discuss what form that takes, or not? That's the question that we open the hearing for.
Okay. I don't feel I will, in thinking it over, I don't think I will gain anything by going back to planning. They were the ones who sent me to you to make the decision because they couldn't.
So
I'm asking you, please make a vote on it.
My interpretation is that you are declining the offer of a continuance, so we will then proceed with a vote.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for clearing that up. Yeah, and with that, we will close the public hearing once again and open up the discussion or promotions. Commissioners? Commissioner Nichols.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to restate the motion I did before to move forward with the Planning Commission move forward with the recommendation of staff for option A, approve the project in part with deletion of the solar awnings and solar mansard roofs on the patio covers, with the two corrections of the conditions. Condition number 14, reference patio covers instead of the carpool structures. And condition number 15, the correction of columns width.
All right, so there is a motion open. Are there comments on that? Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep it brief. I think very simply we're given guidelines to work with. I think looking at the building as it stands today, I think there's very clear green trees and foliage that obscures most of the building. I think that having the windows be tinted and already be present with the black color along the side of the walls, I think the addition of the solar panels does not make this a kind of out there exception to the guidelines. I think this certainly isn't, as the guidelines state, richer colors limited to accents. This is, black certainly isn't a muted tone, but it's a tone and a color that's already present in the building. And I think as applied to this particular project, when I look at the photos and imagine the wires for the undergrounding gone, I don't see the solar panels obscuring further view of the mountains and the hillside behind it. And I do think this is a very futuristic project, and in terms of what we've seen around the buildings in Thousand Oaks, I think that it sends a clear message and welcomes other developers within the city to consider solar panels. And I'm not saying that any developer who would come before us and ask to do something similar would be granted approval of it, but as it stands now, can't support the motion. I prefer, honestly, option B. I think just as applied to this particular project, I think it works, and it works within the guidelines that we're given, because we are given some flexibility within those guidelines. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other comments? Commissioner Nichols.
Just for clarification, since I stated this before, but I wanted to include it as part of this motion as well. Again, I do feel this is somewhat precedent setting. I do want to make sure that we have the steps outlined, and to me, having the necessary information to staff is part of that process. There's been comments made as to whether or not that would change a decision or recommendation. Nonetheless, I think it's important for them to have that necessary material. I do question whether or not, as presented, it is consistent with the city policies and guidelines, which is why I hesitate with moving forward with option B. Again, because there are some impacts. It is visible to a scenic highway. The solar panels are being used as a design feature rather than just as an generation feature. I'm not convinced the renderings are conclusive myself. I've seen a couple different versions of them, and having driven by it, the building looks to me predominantly white or beige, and this is a significant change when I see those colors. So again, it's a design change in my mind. So while I question whether or not solar panels would be considered a primary surface or an accent, I can see where in this application it could be interpreted to be a primary surface. So those were some of the reasons I used to reach my conclusion. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, I want to applaud you for your use of solar energy, and I hope you'll continue to do that and also consider other forms of renewable energy in your other properties. I concur with Commissioner Nichols' comments regarding adherence to process here. This is a precedent-setting case, and so it's attracting perhaps more attention than other cases might. We need to be careful that we get this right in terms of having all the materials before us to make a decision. Frankly, I mean, before we got into even our discussion, I was uncomfortable voting in the affirmative without having all the materials in front of me. But from the materials that we have, my understanding is that in the 4 ways that Mr. Town outlined, there are parts of this application that are not in compliance with the city's scenic highway guidelines and architectural guidelines. And because we implement policy here, we don't make the policy. I will support the motion. Thank you. If there are no other comments, please vote.
Motion passed 3-1 with Commissioner Pletcher opposed.
Thank you. Any aggrieved party who wishes to appeal the Planning Commission's decision may do so by filing an appeal with the Community Development Department within 10 days. Thank you. We'll move now. Sorry. Yeah. Will the recording secretary please call the next case, 6B?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6B regarding case SUP 2016-70075 and UUW 2016-70174. Applicant, Natron, Inc. Request to allow modifications to an existing industrial building and construction of associated parking and landscape improvements, including a waiver of the requirement to underground existing overhead utilities. Location 3105 Willow Lane.
The staff report this evening is presented by Ms. Leopold. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newman and members of the Commission. For your consideration this evening, a special use permit and an underground utility waiver. The applicant is Natron, and the address is 3105 Willow Lane. The request this evening is to expand and modify an existing industrial building. This includes parking and landscaping improvements also. The other concern is to waive the requirement to underground existing overhead utilities. The project site is located on the south side of the 101 freeway. It encompasses about 1.35 acres. It's a long, narrow parcel or property, and the development is currently limited to the east side of the property. With regard to the background, the general plan designation for the site is industrial. The zoning is M1, which is industrial park. The existing building is actually 20,666 square feet. The main floor and mezzanine, and essentially there is approximately 12,000 square feet associated with the manufacturing and approximately 13,500 square feet associated with the warehouse. As I previously stated, the lot is long and narrow and adjacent to the 101 freeway, which is a city-designated scenic highway. This is an aerial view of the project site. As you can see, there's a lot of construction going on west side. This was attributed to the Caltrans noise attenuation wall that is currently under construction. On the east side is the existing building and the existing parking lot. The additions are to be adjacent to the existing building on the west side of the existing building. Essentially, the building has been used by the applicant to manufacture probiotics since 1983, and a special use permit is required for the industrial projects which are within 400 feet of a residential zone. This is a photo of the existing building looking north from the south side of Willow Lane. And this is a photo of the building from the south side of Willow Lane looking to the northeast of the existing parking lot and the building to the off to the side there. The special use permit, essentially, the modifications requested is to refurbish the existing building, enhance it with new architectural features such as an arched storefront windows, pilasters, cornice detailing, and new colors and materials with screed lines and decorative inserts. The addition will consist of 5,673 square feet of new floor area. This is essentially to make the building more efficient with new equipment, refrigeration, and storage facilities. The applicant is also relining the existing driveway with Fairview Drive, the center line of Fairview Drive. And also parking and landscaping improvements will be installed. The site plan shows the entire property with the existing building, and then the new additions with the equipment and the storage and refrigeration. This is a building elevation facing Willow Lane. You can see the new storefront, the arched storefront, and then the refurbishment of the existing building, and then the new addition off to the west side. This slide shows the building elevation facing west with the new storefront addition. And this side of the building faces the freeway. There are existing cypress trees, mainly on the west portion of this elevation. And then you'll see the new storefront elevation with the new addition. The special use permit, proposed improvements are consistent with the city's freeway corridor guidelines. The waivers are limited to two. The very minor, the second loading zone, the request is to reduce the depth of it due to the realignment of the driveway with the center line of Fairview Road, and also for a temporary parking reduction of 3 spaces. This is a 10% reduction until the remainder of the property is built out and the parking lot requirement can then be satisfied. The underground utility waiver, essentially, the applicant is required to place all new utilities underground, and the waiver is to allow the on-site 16 kV utility pole to remain in place. It currently has overhead utility lines that span across the 1-1 freeway. In order to make the improvements that the applicant is requesting to install, a new guy pole, stub pole, has to be in place, and this will have a main guy wire to the existing utility pole. There are 4 ground guy anchors with Southern California Edison and NextG that are currently in place, holding the pole for stability purposes. There are also nearby poles and 16 kV overhead lines on the south and west sides, and these must remain in place due to the drop lines to the residences. This is a photo of the pole that's essentially west of the industrial building and adjacent to the new noise attenuation wall of the freeway. You can see the wall that is currently under construction there along the freeway side. The 4 anchors that are shown in this photo will be removed, and then a new, as I said, guy stub pole will be installed in place with 1 guy wire to this existing pole for stability purposes. The environmental review for the project does qualify for a Class 1 exemption from CEQA. The project consists of minor changes to an existing building. And staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve special use permit and UUW underground utility waiver based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for any questions. Also, Mr. Jim Taylor with the Public Works Department is also available for any questions regarding Public Works items.
Thank you, Ms. Leopold. Commissioners, questions for staff? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Leopold, for the presentation and for Mr. Taylor to be here for support. I think I have a question for you, Mr. Taylor. In looking at the site plan, there's reference to the 2 loading zones or loading areas. The requirement is for 50-foot depth, and they're proposing 140-foot and 150-foot. The furthest one in, which is a 50-foot, seems like it might be a bit of a challenge for a truck and trailer to navigate through the parking lot and then back up into the loading dock. I just want to verify that the requirements for the turning radius and all are satisfactory and that there are no issues with that.
Yes, our traffic division has examined that, and they have put turning templates on the exhibit, and it appears that a truck that is of standard size can and will be able to make that turn and back in.
Perfect. Okay, then they're better drivers than I am. Thank you. And Ms. Leopold, there's in reference to the waiver of the underground utility, there's reference to that at some point in the future when this pole were ever to be undergrounded, that there would be some type of a district formed in order to process that. Is there ever like an instance where there's some in lieu fees that are applied in advance in anticipation that that might happen somewhere in the future?
Certainly, Mr. Taylor can also expand on that answer, or my answer, but essentially in this case, we're looking at topographical and existing situations here where the improvements that the applicant has to make just in order to allow this pole to exist will involve the new guy stub pole and placement of that, and that's very expensive. In other cases, perhaps Mr. Taylor can talk about the in lieu fees that you refer to and how those would be applied.
That's a very good question. We always are hoping that everybody wants to underground the lines that are in front of their properties, but it's not always very practical, particularly when it's a single applicant with a single frontage, and in this case challenged on 2 frontages actually. And so the in lieu fee that we do collect is not cheap. It's, as I recall, it's on the order of $460 per linear foot. And with those funds, those are set into a pot of money that is destined to be used for the sake of undergrounding, but it's under the guidelines for the Rule 20 funding that the state allows. It's not necessarily going to be used specifically for the Natron frontage. It may go into the pot and be used for a larger project, not quite as elaborate as the one we're currently doing out on the boulevard, of course, but smaller local projects where we might have 2 or 3 applicants that are close by, and we'll be able to take advantage of that additional funding to go ahead and complete that project. It's our ultimate goal to collect the funds that we get from the state on a periodic basis, pile them into the Rule 20 funding mechanism, and then eventually be able to do projects all throughout the town and get all of our power lines undergrounded. It's going to take a while.
Sure. Okay, thank you for that clarification. there's a reference to the uncertain boundary between the neighboring property with the winery that we reviewed not too long ago, actually. And that I guess that's phase 3, so there's really no urgency as far as putting any walls or fence or any delineation until they do get to phase 3. And at some point they're going to resolve that, I presume. If in fact, as the documents show, that the Natron boundary is actually into the parking area of the winery, will that impact any approvals that we've already given to the winery for proceeding with their use of the property?
If I may just jump in, Ms. Leopold, I apologize. That is a question that we are looking at. Because that's not an issue tonight, I thought we would just, that's why I instructed them to actually clarify that that was not going to be an issue for tonight. And the reason why is because we have no idea. We've looked at some documents, but we need to make sure that both sides have really articulated that and looked into that, investigated that, and made their own points. I think there's some more official surveys being done to clarify those points. Also, we don't know if there might be, based upon a conclusion that they both can agree to, if there would be some type of compromise that is met, or if there's actually potential for some other type of action that would help clarify that from some third party. So due to that factor, I don't think it'd be worth it to speculate at this point, just because we can get to all kinds of what if this happens, what if this happens. Your point is well taken, though, that we are concerned about that issue, certainly because of the last time we had the other project in front of us.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Heher. Let's see. I think those are my only questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions, Ms. Leopold. First off, in condition 45, you have referenced hours of operation, but considering the parking issues that are around that project, has there been any consideration for an addition within that particular condition to eliminate on-street parking during the construction period for all the construction personnel?
Staff can add that information to perhaps another condition, condition 49, whereas it could be revised to read all construction equipment, materials, and related contractor vehicles shall be located on site during all phases of development, if the commission wishes.
Okay, thank you. And relative to the project and its location as a drainage for the 2 streets that come in, and I'm looking at condition number 66. Has Public Works determined that the drainage from off-street into this project is going to be handled correctly?
I'd like to refer that to Mr. Taylor, please.
He did say Public Works, didn't he? Yes, in fact, we did look at that back when the storm drain lateral was placed on the Natron property. The civil engineer of record for that project did a hydrology study of the region, and I did have opportunity to plan check and review and actually modify the watershed that he'd identified to make it a little larger and more accurate, in my opinion. But yes, we did look at the tributary acreage to the site, including the Fairview tributary down from the street, and we do believe that the 36-inch storm drain extension that comes across the property is properly sized to manage at least a Q10 with freeboard, which is roughly about two-thirds of a Q100. And a 100-year event would probably cause some ponding and eventually be able to bleed through the system without jeopardizing any of the proposed buildings.
Thank you. That's all.
I have just a few questions. Thanks for your presentation. In your report on page 22, it stated that there's no significant traffic impact. However, condition 88, this is on page 47, requires payment of a traffic mitigation fee. And I'm wondering if you can help me understand the seeming contradiction there.
In this particular case, I think all projects are conditioned for traffic mitigation fees, but perhaps Mr. Taylor can sort of address that with regard to the type of improvements currently proposed.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, as a matter of standard practice, we have a set of about, I think it's 4 different traffic fees. I kind of wish Kathy were here tonight. But basically we have a citywide road improvement fee, which is assessed based upon the square footage of the proposed buildings. As they are, their building permits are being pulled, the traffic fees are computed. The citywide fee is for the overall expansion of the arterial network of our city streets, which may include Willow, and again, I don't have that specific expertise, but there's a full list of widening and drainage and signal improvements that are listed as part of the formulation of that improvement fee. There's also a fee we collect as a reciprocal fee for the county Transportation Commission. There are a couple of others, and I forgive me, I just don't know what those are.
That's fine. I think you're saying that there's not a contradiction, that the report finds there's no significant increase in traffic in the immediate vicinity of the application area. However, there are fees for traffic throughout the city, perhaps in areas close to the
right, to maintain and fulfill the whole transit system. Correct.
All right. Just out of curiosity, again on page 22, there's a reference to the tones used in the renovation, and one of the tones is given as warm gray. What is warm gray?
There are cool grays and warm grays. Warm grays have a tendency to have more brown tones in them.
Okay.
Cool grays are more of a perhaps black tone in them, or more white. Actually, it's a cooler. It's really a perception. So I would have you look at the color board there, and perhaps the architect could possibly give you a little bit more explanation as to that.
Okay. No, I understand. It's a blend. I always thought of gray as a neutral color. So, but if it's blended with something else, I guess it could be warmer in tone. Okay. Thank you. Let's see. 2 more questions on page 26 of the report. I think this is a condition later as well. This is referring to the new guy stub pole. Just to clarify, it says it may need to have a ground anchor, and the question is about the verb here. Is this a may or a should or a must?
It's a probability, depending on the final engineering design and the structural stability of that guy stub pole. It may need a ground anchor, just one.
Okay, but it's not a hard and fast condition of the application.
That's correct.
All right. The final thing I have is just a typo. Well, not a typo, more of an issue to note on page 38. In condition 54, and I think this is the city IT's issue more than yours, but this condition gives 2 URLs for places to go on the web to get forms. Both of these URLs are currently broken. So to be compliant with the condition, and for people to be able to get these resources, I think they need to be available on the city website. just as an FYI. I don't know that I'm proposing modification of removing them. I think it's useful to have them, but they do need to work. That's all the questions I have.
No disagreement with from me. I know they're out there. You have to just know the foot pattern to get to them. But I will look into this with the IT department. That's a little disconcerting.
I tried them both with HTTP and HTTPS, and
ain't gonna happen. Okay,
no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, then we will go to our applicant. We have in our speaker cards one speaker, Mr. Jordan Trenev, and of Natron, and three people for questions only: Travis Steiner, the ops manager for Natron; Jeff Thomas, the architect; and Don Waite, the civil engineer. And between you, you have 15 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence.
Thanks. Chair Newman and members of the Commission. My name is Jordan Trenev, CEO of Natron, Inc., a pharmaceutical-grade probiotic manufacturing company in beautiful Thousand Oaks. The goal of my modest expansion is the following: to build a very clean, efficient, state-of-the-art and highly automated probiotic manufacturing and packaging facility. I have been here in Thousand Oaks for 26 years and enjoyed every minute of my stay here. From my first day in January of 1990, I met Mr. Paul Metrovich, and he saw my inexperience and tried very hard to help me as much as possible in order to start my business in Thousand Oaks. Now, moving forward 25 years, I'm looking towards your help in my endeavor to do my modest expansion. I have made many times before that I would not be here if it wasn't with the help of Pam Leopold, Jim Taylor, Mohammed, and other members of the City of Thousand Oaks Planning Department. I believe that Pam Leopold and my architect, Jeff Thomas, have done an outstanding job in designing my building that not only meets the Planning Department CCNRs, but is very attractive and pleasing to the eye. I believe that what I am proposing is not only for my satisfaction or gratification, but for the visual improvement and beautification of the surrounding Thousand Oaks community. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions for our applicant? All right, then we'll go back to staff for any.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair.
Sorry.
I apologize, but there is a concern about condition number 49, which had been changed.
Oh, yes, yes.
And I think that we need to clarify that.
Yes, yes, good point. Yes, please.
If I may, just to help Ms. Leopold out a little bit, I understand Mr. Alexander's concern and desire to change condition number 49. Normally, we do not allow any construction materials to be stored or equipment to be stored on the property. Based upon the previous comments on Willow Lane for this board or this body and Mr. Alexander's comments tonight, I believe that condition is going to be changed. For clarification, I think the request from Mr. Alexander, and this is for the applicant to understand, is that he would like to have all the construction employees, including their vehicles and equipment, to be parked on the property west of where the construction is being done. So that is the basic. I think Ms. Leopold will actually have the condition reworded, but I want to make sure that's clear that he understands, the applicant understands that that is being a request which is new tonight for him to consider and to state his approval or disapproval of said condition.
Yes, there is space enough over there. In the lot is pretty big and has plenty of space for all the machinery that are needed to be there or to be stored or overnight and what have you.
The additional part tonight, there's already a requirement for storing the construction equipment on this space. Additionally, what was requested tonight is that the construction workers, when they come to work on your site, that their vehicles are also parked.
Yes.
Are you amenable to that addition to the condition? That was the question.
They can park there.
All right.
And there is plenty of room.
Very good.
For that.
All right. I appreciate Mr. Heger bringing that up.
You're welcome. I just want a clarification for that one point.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Sorry, we'll go back to staff now. Are there additional comments? Or
one thought. You had previously asked about the warm gray color, and I had referred you possibly to the applicant's architect. So you may want to continue with that conversation, or
if the architect disagrees that it's a blend of gray and something else, then you're certainly welcome to address that. But I think I understand.
There is a color board that was being passed around. It should have that information there.
All right. That's fine. And if you would, Ms. Leopold, just for the record, if you could restate the condition so when we're considering it, we understand exactly how it's being modified. Condition 49, I think it is.
Certainly. Condition 49, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Condition 49, all construction equipment, materials, and related contractor vehicles and construction workers and construction workers and their vehicles shall be located on site during all phases of development.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions for staff? I don't think we have any other public speaker cards, so I will go ahead. Oh, we allow the applicant, if you have any additional, if you want to rebut anything or have any additional comments, you have 5 minutes to do so.
I don't have any additional.
All right.
Questions or answers?
Any other comments, questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. With that, I will close the public hearing and open up the floor for motions, discussion, vote. Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve SUP 2016-70075 along with the UUW 2016-70174 as shown based on the findings that have already been presented and are in the report, with the addition of that condition modification number 49. Period.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy to support the motion. And always very happy to hear businesses that have been in Thousand Oaks for a long period of time, seemingly doing well, ready to expand, and even show a further indication to everybody around them that they're ready to put and keep their roots here. So with that, I'm very happy to support the motion.
Commissioner Nichols.
I did want to add that my wife was pleased because she's used your products and was happy to know that you were in town. She didn't even know that you were located in town. So thank you for being a local business that's thriving and that our community actually uses. It's nice to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I too want to endorse this motion. I think this is a very nice redesign and will be an asset to our community. I want to thank you for being in our community and continuing, and I wish you continued success in your endeavors.
Thank you all.
And with that, let's vote.
Motion passed 4-0.
Okay, and again, the standard disclaimer, any aggrieved party has 10 days to appeal this by filing an appeal with the Community Development Department. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a short recess, a 5-minute recess, and we'll return at 5 minutes' time. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Where do you go in the summertime? In the summertime. Where do you go? Where you be running right? You be laying low. Where do you go? Oh, in the summertime. In the summertime. Where do you go? Oh, where you be hiding out? Where you be heading home? Talking to Mary, you know you don't have to shout. She can hear what you're thinking, like you were saying it right out loud. But she sees behind that dirty look. It was her that followed down every stupid turn that you took. One day she'll go. I told you so. One day she'll go. you how to contact her if you won't listen to her talk. One day she'll go. I told you so. One day she'll go. I told you so. It's no problem, I'll just keep quiet if it's easier for you to make believe then that I don't love you as much as I do. One day she'll go. I told you so. One day she'll go. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
Gonna ride me a riverboat one of these days. Take this guitar on a float one of these days. Ride the river down to New Orleans with a few good friends and my sweet little queen. Sit and laugh about the things we'd see one of these days. Find a farm to call home one of these days. A little place of my own one of these days. Chickens and goats, a river to float, singing songs that my sweet baby wrote. I'm never gonna hit a wrong note one of these days. One of these days, I'm gonna take the time, ride that river, listen to my mind. Let it roll, roll, roll like a fishing line. When I take my time, one of these days. Take me to Jackson Square one of these days. Let that wild New Orleans air carry me away. I love that town, and no matter what they say, that city of dreams, it ain't ever going away. You can second line me off to my grave one of these days. Yeah.
We are back. So, always wanted to do that. Not really. We're back. Will the recording secretary please call case 6C?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6C regarding case SUP 2016-70171. Applicant, Thousand Oaks Foursquare Church. Request to allow a church use in an existing industrial building. Location, 2348 Townsgate Road.
And our staff report, again by Ms. Leopold. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Newman, members of the Commission. For your consideration this evening, a special use permit requested by the Thousand Oaks Foursquare Church. The request is to allow church use in an existing industrial building in the M1 zone. This is an industrial park zone. The property is located at the southwest corner of Townsgate Road and Triumphal Canyon Road. It's an existing industrial building, and the church is wanting to occupy a tenant space within that building. Currently, the church is located at 95 Oakview Drive. This location was requested by Manna, a local food bank, to as their new location. They were moving from Crescent Way to occupy this particular church at 95 Oakview Drive. So essentially, the church does need to relocate. This is the existing church property at 95 Oakview Drive, which is going to be occupied by Manna. The location is the proposed location for the church is an existing industrial building at 2348 Townsgate Road. Churches are allowed in the M1 zone with a special use permit. This is a photo of aerial photo of the existing building, and the church will be located in the tenant space midpoint in the building. This is currently a view looking southeast at the tenant space where the church wishes to relocate. Currently, Kelly Paper was the previous tenant of that tenant space. This is a site plan showing the proposed space midpoint in the building, the industrial building. And this is a floor plan of the proposed church tenant space. You can see the auditorium or the sanctuary, and then we've got we've got some existing classrooms that the church wishes to create. Proposed use, essentially there's no exterior changes to this building. There will be 2 full-time and 3 part-time staff during the week, very little traffic. Most activities in the evenings and on the weekends for the church. Typical parking demand during the weekdays is only 5 spaces for the full-time and part-time employees. Maximum parking demand on Sunday, it would be 67 parking spaces. And essentially the property has 119 parking spaces provided. The church is requesting alternating parking. The parking analysis demonstrates that there is an adequate supply of spaces to meet the maximum demand of the tenants, except for one instance, and this is on Saturdays between 10 a.m. and noon. Staff has added a condition suggested for the Commission's consideration. It's condition number 4, which would prohibit large events, weddings, social gatherings during this time period to ensure that there's adequate parking at all times. The church is compatible with the surrounding uses. Essentially, there are few employees. The adjacent uses in the building, there are 2 sports facilities and then an office warehouse and another flooring company, which is essentially an office warehouse. These uses are more active on the weekdays, while the church use is certainly more active on the weekends. And staff feels that parking can be adequately provided with the suggestion of condition number 4. The environmental review for the project, essentially, the project qualifies for a Class 1 exemption from CEQA. The project consists of leasing an existing building with no changes, no exterior changes, and negligible change in use. The recommendation from staff is that the Planning Commission approve special use permit based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Leopold. Excuse me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, questions for staff? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Leopold, for the presentation. In reference to the batting cage tenant, what is the parking ratio? I'm not quite sure what type of facility what category that facility falls in. What's the ratio for parking that they use?
The batting cage is essentially, I think that might have been called out in the staff report with regard to their use. I think I'll need another minute here to look up that information.
Okay. The only other item that I had was conditions number 36 and 39 on page 74 appear to be duplicates, except for the second sentence in number 36, and I wasn't sure if one or the other were to prevail.
Maybe I could just interject on that particular point. I think comparing 36 and 39, which are both provided by the fire district, I think 36 is a little bit more explanatory, and so I would suggest striking 39. Did everybody catch that? That 36 is a little bit more complete in terms of its requirements, and so I would suggest deleting number 39.
If I may, I think there's something on batting cages on page 67. Is that what you were asking about?
Well, I see that it has spaces required, but I didn't know what the ratio is. Typically, there's a ratio of certain parking spaces per person, per table, per square foot, something like that. I was trying to figure out how that was calculated.
I see.
Just doing some quick math on that, the required space is 52, comes out to a little bit less than one space for every 250 square feet of total area, just as a reference point. At 250 square feet per space, that equates to 58 spaces. This is a little bit less, and I think Pam is looking up the specific code standard on that right now.
Okay.
For the batting cages. It's one space for every employee on the largest shift, plus one space for each student. That's for the BYA batting cages.
And do they have? Thank you. I just was questioning how do they determine what's the maximum number of students in? And
well, typically it's by enrollment. These are sports facility businesses, so essentially they base their enrollment on their capacity to. Well, their enrollment is such that they were limited, I believe, to 23, let's see, depending on their square footage and their fixed equipment or whatever equipment they have there. They have the parking ratio that I just stated, and essentially they can enroll so many people on for that business, based on their ability to provide access to all their equipment.
So would you then be reliant upon the tenant to provide you the information of how many students they have, and then you tell them how many parking places they require?
Yes, we have a minor modification that approved that particular tenant for that space in that building.
Okay.
And
so
they have specific conditions which limit their number of enrollment, essentially.
So it's not based on square footage then, as Mr. Town was saying, like 1 per 200, 1 per 250, nothing like that. It's just based on the number of students that they have?
That's correct.
I just gave that as a general reference, but the specific is based on, as Ms. Leopold mentioned, the number of students and staff, and I would assume that the minor mod for the batting cages actually specified a maximum parking space demand of 52.
Okay. Yeah, I just was curious as how that is calculated. So thank you very much. That was all that I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. First off, the parking matrix on page 67 translates to a restriction for the church's use on condition 4 on Saturday between the hours of 10 a.m. and 12 noon, which is where there's an overlap based on that table 5. However, looking at that same table and seeing that the batting cages are not open until 10 o'clock, so the 7 to 10 time frame is a zero use. But my guess is the people are going to be there prior, so that at 10 a.m. they can get in and do their thing. So I'm wondering why we wouldn't just simply say that the applicants shall be restricted to not schedule large gatherings on Saturday until after 12 p.m., which eliminates the possibility of something early in the morning that's then going to conflict with people showing up, because nobody's going to come and go right on the hour. They're going to get there ahead of time, get ready, and off we go. So I just wonder if that's, and obviously the applicant can answer that question when he comes up. But also in remembering conversations from the MANA hearing and remembering the realities of minimal parking at the old site, seemed there was a minimal amount of parking, if any, during the week when I went to look at it. So my question is, does the applicant intend to intensify weekday use to where there might be a conflict Monday through Friday with parking. I understand the logic of the weekend thing. I don't see any issue with that. But I just remember something to the extent that there was a desire for the applicant to increase either preschool or something, and it's not 100% in my head, but I remember the conversation, and so I just want to make sure that here, if that intensification of use is anticipated, we at least plan for that. And then lastly, in relation to that same question, there's 2 full-time and 3 part-time personnel on site weekdays. So that's 5 on-site personnel, and I can't imagine that they're standing around. There must be some things that are being done, or some activity that is needed for those people. So it goes back to that same question. And again, maybe the applicant is the right person, but I thought I'd start with you.
Certainly, we can ask the applicant for clarification on those concerns. The applicant has provided that during the week there is a youth group, middle and high school age, on Wednesday from 6:30 to 9 p.m. And that consists of approximately 20 people. There are special family events, and these, as the applicant has provided, they can happen 2 or 3 times a year on a Wednesday or Friday evening. And the children would be provided with activities at that time. In the future, the applicant has stated that they may look into offering some special small groups for children or youth, such as after-school tutoring. So that's the extent of the midweek or during the week activities. But as I mentioned, we can ask the applicant for further clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, these questions, I would appreciate any staff comments, but they may be geared more towards the applicant. My first question, and just more clarification, is on page 65. One of the uses for the auditorium indicated 1 week during the summer there'll be a vacation Bible school. I just was curious if there was any conversation, and I'm less concerned with parking because I doubt there's going to be a lot of people working the event. I'm more concerned with pickup. When you have 75 cars of parents trying to get their children, but so much so that they're not disturbing the other businesses, and parking issues, and just overall what traffic issues there may be on Townsgate and the surrounding cities, or surrounding roads. I guess first, whether there's any conversation with the applicant about that, or making kind of a plan, or further clarifying how we can mitigate potential traffic issues during that week to the businesses as well as the surrounding roads.
Commissioner Pletcher, certainly those are concerns. With regard to Vacation Bible School, that is only 1 week duration, and I'm certain that the applicant can provide a little more information as to how the pickup and drop-offs would occur. Certainly the parking lot is large enough and has different access points that there shouldn't be any difficulty with the pickup drop-off areas. There are 2 points of access to the church in this particular tenant space, and essentially the traffic on Townsgate has been minimal. So traffic division did not feel that this tenant improvement would provide any difficulties.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that was presented and at least discussed with staff, because I really was curious as to staff's opinion of that. My second question, turning to the Saturday, I guess, condition 4, 10 a.m. to noon. I threw out the theoretical wedding that would start at 12 noon then. You still would have people, they say the guests will get there early, the guests will be there by noon. It seems to me the condition as stated maybe should be bumped to like a 12:30 just to leave that extra little conditioned room for the batting cages. I mean, this is just my opinion. For the batting cages, you know, for the people to, or excuse me, the Elite Fitness Plus, people to close up shop, just to further kind of cushion that and prevent, you know, any traffic issues there. And again, maybe this is more for the applicant than city staff, but that was kind of my reading on it. I still could see a problem if a wedding started at 12 noon or a special event started at 12 noon. And then again, my third just quick point and question was regarding special events and setup. I know special events and weddings and, Easter events or Christmas events may have a lot of delivery trucks coming in and out. And again, I guess it was more traffic pattern issues. I wanted just to see if it was discussed with city staff to make sure, again, we're mitigating any large delivery trucks parking in front of other businesses or taking up extra spaces or just preventing, or causing traffic issues in the parking lot or, again, along Towns Gate. Thank you.
Certainly we can talk more with the applicant and they can provide a little bit more information with regard to the larger social gatherings.
Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take the opposite viewpoint, and having visited the site midday Saturday, there were no 52 cars parked for batting cages. The place was virtually empty. And having attended churches for the last 30 years in industrial settings, parking is rarely an issue for anybody on a Saturday, let alone special events. I would like to know if it has been considered that there were no parking restrictions, because I understand what the guidelines are, what the guidelines say, but then there's also the practicality of what's real out there and what actually happens. And again, in my 30 years of going to these incidents, and I've been to special events on Saturdays and on Sundays and during the midweek, and industrial places are vacant except for between 8 to 5. And I know there's going to be a few, but virtually parking is just about anywhere you want to go, you can find a place to park. So my question is, can we eliminate the parking restriction and just say, hey, for all practical purposes, there shouldn't be any issue. And if there is, we'll address it. I'm just venting.
Just for clarification, I'm not venting. I'm asking to clarify something. Commissioner Pletcher was asking more about the operations during the summer camp, and he said he was less interested in parking. I'm more interested in the parking part. Did I understand correctly? You're saying traffic department's analysis is that pickup or drop off and pickup would not pose a significant issue at that location. Is that correct? All right. Thank you.
That's correct.
Are there any other questions for staff? Very well. Then we'll move to our applicant, the Thousand Oaks Foursquare Church. Thank you for your patience this evening. We have 3 speakers, Pastor Leif Zwirling.
Yes, sir.
And for questions, Dario Pasquarelli and Joe of Focus Building Solutions. And between you 3, you have 15 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence.
Name is Leif Zwirling, city of residence, Newberry Park. Been there 9 years. Thank you, Chair and Commission members, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Our journey in finding a new home has been many months in the making, with much focus and gratitude. The city has been amazing. Haider Al-Awami, John Shepard, Pam Leopold, we are thankful for your service. After the church on Oakview being on the market for 9 months and then Manna becoming a prospective buyer, our church was overjoyed. Recognizing that facility and location can still serve and care for the very real, practical, and urgent needs of people in need in our community. It was something we greatly desired, like Manna being in our community for several decades. And as the sale of Oakview became a reality, We continued to look for a new home, but our metrics weren't the normal metrics. Normally, when you're looking for a property, it's the right size facility, the cheapest per square foot. But for us, what was very important from the outset was that we would find a place close to where we've had church for over 60 years. And to find the location on Townsgate and have the property owner being willing to have a church there and meeting the other business owners there, having it 1.3 miles away, we felt this was definitely the right place that we can make a difference. It's a place where we can continue to provide hope and care for people of all ages, backgrounds, and needs like we have the last 50 years. Going from a property of, at Oakview, 3,100 square feet with that limited parking to 10,600 square feet. Our heart in the community, and me being in the community as the pastor 8 years, I'm a newbie to some of our church members, but it's always been to be a participant in the city and a servant in the city, whether that has been providing groceries, backpacks, and school supplies for kids in our community, Easter parties at North Creek Park, Christmas parties at the church, adopting a local group home, to opening our facility to a charter school that was having just introductory meetings and a raffle. We've always tried to live with that mindset of being a participant and a servant to the city we call home and the citizens we call neighbors, as God's greatest commandment is love your neighbor. As we look to move, I'm excited because I've watched our city in the last few years be on the move. In the last 2 years, we had our 50th anniversary celebration, and watching on Thousand Oaks Boulevard the renovation, the beautifying of our city, I can't help but envision our move helping to radiate the hearts and homes of many who come that we get to serve. And so thank you again for this opportunity, and we look forward to continuing to partner and be a difference, a positive difference in our community.
Thank you, Pastor. Are there questions for the applicant? Mr. Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My primary question is just regarding the Vacation Bible School. If you can just clarify and give the commission a better sense of how many people work and may require parking, or what we plan on doing with 75 to 100 children leaving at the 12 noon at the end of the Vacation Bible School day.
Sure. That one-time event, we'll usually have about 75 to 100 children, and usually about 20 adult volunteers and some teen volunteers that are coming with their parents to help. We usually have a drop-off and pickup system, and in this location, we viewed the drop-off being in the front, the event being contained in the unit, and then we felt pickup could happen in the back of the unit at the back doors down the alleyway. We are also open to considering doing an evening VBS as well.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pastor, there was the condition number 4, which restricted your use Saturday mornings from 10 to 10 to noon. Are you amenable to that restriction?
Yes.
Will that impact your current or hoped for use of the facility?
I do not believe so. My understanding was that with the allotted parking spaces for the batting cages and for the fitness center, that there are still some spaces allocated for maybe a men's small group or a women's small group or a worship practice. Those are type of events we would have in the morning. And we're finding in today's culture in church even that many weddings are happening Friday nights, Sunday nights, and a lot of weddings are happening not on church sites as frequently. So we don't foresee that being an issue. We, in our current location in Oakview, we do not have any Saturday morning time slot events like that need the whole facility. The only event we used to have was a Christmas outreach that we moved 4 years ago from a Saturday to Sunday. So we don't see that as an impact.
So you'd be able to maintain your regular programming. You don't expect to have a...
Do not use elevators. Repeat, do not use elevators.
It appears that we have a fire drill. We'll reconvene after this gets cleared up.
If your cup is full, may it be again, let it be known. There is a fountain that was not made by the hands of men. There is a road, no simple highway between the dawn and the dark of night. And if you go, no one may follow. That path is for your steps alone. Ripple in still water, when there is no pebble tossed, no wind to blow, you choose to lead, must follow. But if you fall alone. If you should stand, then who's to guide you? If I knew the way, I would take you home. La da da da, la da da da, la da da, la da 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 da. For a moment. But now if you're seeking out a sound, come on, bend your ear down low to the ground, where you might find a little clue in the rumbling of what is to come. You can take this lying down, or you might hold up in your town, but you can take some time out for yourself. But it's just you now and all of us, honey, and if you can't trust us, well, who can you trust? Oh, well, now your hi-fi stereo's gonna tell you where to go, yeah, but how you gonna get there without us, Lord? You don't know. Well, now if you're seeking out a chord, and you're still living by that sword, I know you'll find a little fear of the rumbling of what is to come. You can keep your hopes set toward the right hand of your old landlord. You can take some country for yourself. It's just you now and all of us, honey, and if you can't trust us, well, who can you trust? Oh, well, now your hi-fi stereo's gonna tell you where to go, yeah, but how you gonna get there without us? 'Cause we're everywhere. No, now there ain't nowhere. We are there. Oh, you know we're everywhere. You're finding yourself lost. I know love your records have been tossed. I know you'll find a little cue in the rumbling of what is to come. You can keep your heart from frost. You might minimize your calls by taking a little time out in the country for yourself. It's just you now and all of us, honey, and if you can't trust us, well, who can you trust? Oh, well, now your hi-fi stereo's gonna tell you where to go, yeah, but how you gonna get there without us? I don't know. I said, now how you gonna get there without us? disasters asleep on the floor. My little disasters asleep on the floor.
Look at Miss Ohio, she's running around with a rag top down. She says, I want to do right, but not right now. I'm gonna drive to Atlanta and live out this fantasy, running around with a rag top down. Yeah, I wanna do right, but not right now. Had your arm around his shoulder, a regimental soldier, and Mama starts pushing that wedding gown. Yeah, you wanna do right, but not right now. Oh, me, oh my, oh, would you look at Miss Ohio? She's running around with a rag top down. She says, I want to do right, but not right now. I know all about it, so you don't have to shout it. I'm gonna straighten it out somehow. Yeah, I wanna do right, but not right now. Oh, me, oh my, oh, look at Miss Ohio. She's running around with a rag top down. She says, I want to do right, but not right now. Oh, I want to do right, but not right now.
talking sweet. Sit with the bad and save the best for me. It's been too long since I've seen the sun. Light your cigarette, you'll be the smoke in my love. I can feel you, hot and heavy like the summer heat. Oh, melt me in winter, you're burning up again. I can feel you, the cold creeps in when the fever fades. Oh, let me in winter, you're burning me, you're burning up again. Power of your smile, turning your eyes from pale into electric blue. Flashes of light, vivid and bright, your cold heart coming to. Power of your smile, turning your eyes from pale into electric blue. Flashes of light, vivid and bright, your cold heart coming to. I can feel you, hot and heavy.
I'm not going to use the gavel. Okay, so we are back in session. Right back where we were. A program note, we may have a brief alarm again as staff resets the alarm. It's not a signal for us to leave, unless it keeps going. In that case, we should leave. But we'll proceed here. We had heard from the applicant. We also have a public speaker card from Mr. Nick Kidway. So I'll ask him to come to the dais and give his name and city of residence for the record, please. And you have 5 minutes.
Nick Iqbal Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park, Director Concerned Citizens of Thousand Oaks, Honorable Vice Chair, Planning Commissioners. I attended the Water Board hearing a dozen years ago, and the city attorney's defense was an act of God. Act of God defense. That's what happened here. The lords are saying something, and that voice, alien voice that came, I have it on video. I'm going to put it on YouTube and Twitter. I 100% support these wonderful people. But if you go, I mean, I had this rubber stamp before, self-inking. If you go by just the codes, etc., you would probably say no. But somehow, and I think the good people will here say, the Lord will make it work. And part of the reason is, I mean, I got the burn. I don't know if you know what that means. And I went to see Bernie in Ventura 2 months ago, and at Ventura College. And because I'm talking about parking, I was trying to get out, and for 15 minutes, my car did not move in the parking lot. And the Ventura police was right in front of me. They were just talking to each other. They did not know what to do. So it is how you execute the plan, and if you have volunteers. And as one who has gone to Pastor and Council Member McCoy's church a dozen plus times in the last year, there would be all kind of violations if code enforcement officer came, because there's so many cars. I mean, the place is full. But there's never even an iota of a problem of if there was a problem with having a fire truck come, etc., because they have half a dozen volunteers. one of the unique things that I know about our community is that Temple Etz Chaim on Jans Road shares the parking lot with the Christian church. I don't remember denomination right next door, because their service is on Saturday and the church service is on Sunday. So the city has approved it, and it works perfectly fine. I go to the Islamic Center on Borchard Road. We were actually on Newberry on 2639 Lavery Court. And in fact, that reminds me, because Mr. Nichols is in the fire department, I was trying to get a permit for us renewed over there. And the fire inspector almost killed it, because she said, "Sir, you need a 2-hour wall between you and your neighbors." A 2-hour wall means put a brick wall between the other neighbors, which would be $20,000. And for rental and for small community, it was a death knell. And so I think the biggest concern that people have, and to be frank with you, I can hardly hear anything in this room because the mics are so... Mr. Pletcher speaks from God's voice or something. I can hear him. But he's one of the few people I could hear. In fact, Mr. Selvin went in the front, not because he did not want to use the mic, because he could not hear from here. I cannot hear. And from there, he could hear Mr. Newman. And so we need to do something about this. Right now, the broadcast on TOTV is live is not going. I mean, I talked to staff in the break, and it is available on another website, but the city website, TOTV, is not available. I try, and I cheat a little bit. I mean, I go take a break, but I still listen on my iPhone. That's one of the nice things. But I couldn't do that today, going or coming, because I couldn't find it at home. So I may have not spoken to the subject properly, but I think where I and a lot of the people in the community are coming from. There would be no harm done on Townsgate Road to the small businesses if you allow this church an operating permit or SUP. There are 34 conditions. As one who believes in the free enterprise system, I think we need to take a hard look. 34 conditions for a small little church like this. These conditions mean dollars. We need to remove some of these conditions, and unless you really have to have it, we need small government, there to say, and don't try to protect us from ourselves. Thank you very much for letting me speak. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Kitway. Now we'll go back to staff for rebuttal, additional comments.
Staff has no further comments.
Does the commission have any questions for staff? Does the applicant wish to amplify or rebut anything that's been said? All right, thank you. I want to thank you and the other attendees for staying as late as you have and dealing with all the excitement tonight.
Thank you for all your service.
We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and open up the discussion for motions. Commissioners? Commissioner Nichols.
I'd like to go ahead and just make a motion to approve special use permit 2016-70171 based on the findings and the conditions with the omission of condition number 39. Otherwise, I think everything else is intact.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay, then. I'll ask that we please vote.
Motion passed 4-0.
Of course, there's a 10-day appeal period. Any aggrieved party who wishes to appeal the Planning Commission's decision may do so by filing an appeal with the Community Development Department within 10 days. And Pastor, I want to thank you and your congregation for worshiping in Thousand Oaks and for continuing to do so. Our next item is item 7, the Community Development Department reports and referrals. Mr. Town.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep this brief. At our next meeting, we have 2 hearings, as noted on page 75 of your packet. I indicated late last week that we were planning on adding a 3rd hearing that night. That's now been moved to September 26th. That is the Sopwee Trails Community Park. Will be heard by you on September 26th. And then in terms of recent items considered by City Council, at their meeting on July 12th, they approved the first reading of the municipal code amendment for the increased parking standard for assisted living facilities as recommended by the commission. And they also approved the changes, the amendments to the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan as recommended by the commission as well. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to minutes and resolutions.
Mr. Chair, I just have one edit.
Please, Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 77, minutes of the regular meeting for July 11th. We are actually called to order at 6:30 and not 6 o'clock p.m., if I recollect.
That's correct.
Otherwise, I didn't see any other changes.
Any other comments, changes, edits, add changes, deletes to the meetings, to the minutes? Okay. Do we need a separate motion for the minutes and one for the resolutions?
No,
or we can do them both?
Yes.
Is there a motion? Commissioner Alexander.
I'll move approval of the commission meeting minutes from July 11th and the public hearings. I'm sorry. And the resolutions.
As amended.
As amended,
Yeah.
Yes.
Please vote.
Motion passed 4-0.
Our next item is AB 1234 reports. Are there any to report, commissioners?
No.
We'll move on to commission comments. Are there any comments from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up question to Mr. Town's inquiry regarding the starting time for the Planning Commission. Is that proposed change something that we need to take any action on, or is that just something that can be done administratively, if so decided?
We cannot do it administratively because it involves a change to the Planning Commission rules of procedure. But what we can do if 6 p.m. Start time does work for the commissioners, we can consider changing it. We would agendize it and bring it back. I thought it would be prudent to check with the newest commissioner as well. I've heard from most of you that actually is a good change, the 6 p.m. instead of 6:30. That is the start time for City Council. Would enable us to start a little bit earlier and wrap things up a little bit earlier. But if it works for the new commissioner as well, who will be considered by council tomorrow night, then I think we'll move in that direction. We'll agendize it, take action, then it'll be it'll affect future meetings.
Very good. Yeah. Good. Thank you very much.
Are there other comments, questions? Commissioner Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know Mr. Town and I were speaking on this a little bit earlier, but I did want to bring this to see how and if we can get feedback on it. I live in the Hidden Canyon condominiums, which are off Via Colinas, roughly in Thousand Oaks Boulevard. I've been approached during our long summer break, was approached by a couple residents that live actually on the top of the very large hill. And they came to me actually figuring out a way of how we can request. They have no cell phone service, or they have great difficulty getting cell phone service, where they said, oh, we have to go and we have to go out in the middle of the road just to get cell phone reception and be able to talk. So I don't know if there's anything we can do to communicate that to the Verizon or the cell phone providers that, you know, this is something maybe they should look into. We've had some resident comments on it, but I did want to just put forth that question to see what we can do.
What staff will do, based on your comments, is relay those to the primary representatives of the wireless companies that we deal with on a weekly basis, AT&T, Verizon, and others, and let them know about that gap. Many of the current wireless applications that we see are designed to specifically fill in those small gaps, such as the 3 that you approved, this body approved last year along Westlake Boulevard from Crown Castle. Those are all designed to fill sort of micro areas where there's lack of coverage, and I think this is another good example of that, and wireless companies are always willing to consider those types of new facilities in those areas.
And in conveying it to staff, can I request just for an update when we hear back or hear their response? Or
sure, I can
just so
give you an update as soon as we hear from
neighbors.
them.
Okay.
Yes.
My second just real quick thing is I've had a few questions, again, living in that area. I've had some questions about the undergrounding going on, and where is the best place people can go to learn information on, are they on schedule, what's next? Just kind of the update of what's going on with the undergrounding. Is it the website or?
Best location is the city's website, and the city did just do a launch of a new website, and it's not without its challenges, but many parts of it are functioning fine, and all the information is there. As of last week, the project was actually on schedule and under budget. So,
okay, I just want to make sure that's where I recommended to go, but I want to make sure that's the best place that they can get updated information. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Right then, we are adjourned until our September 12th meeting. Thank you, Thousand Oaks, and good night.
can let them in and burn them down. And let me hold your hand and dance round and round the flame in front of us. Just two. You've held your head up, you fought the fight, you bear the scars, you've done your time. Listen to me, you've been lonely too long. Let me in the wall you built around. We can light them in and burn them down. And let me hold your hand and dance round and round the flames in front of us. And dust to dust. Takes one to know one, so take it from me. You've been lonely. You've been lonely too long. We've been lonely. We've been lonely too long.
From the moment they're born, their brains develop at fantastic speeds. Neurons connect by the millions, and their brains grow stronger. You can help fuel this growth with the sights and sounds of words and song. So talk with them.
Es una zanahoria.
Read with them.
Let me read you this book.
Sing with them. Begin the moment they're born. Learn more at first5california.com.
Take out the rubbish, scrub down the floor. My aching joints don't jump no more. Stumble up the stairway, shuffle down the hall. These aching joints are sore. Ow! My joints don't jump no more. My joints don't jump no more.
A message from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons. Visit orthoinfo.org.
The joints ain't sore no more.
I still got it.
Life is calling. How far will you go? Peace Corps.
old car. You know, they keep things original, but then they put their own little thing in it, like cup holders and subwoofers and a Model T. So I like that. I think he enjoyed writing that. This next piece, Happy, everyone asks me, what in the world does that have to do with classical music? So I'm going to tell you real quick. I was trying to explain to the students that when you play Mozart and Haydn, they didn't have to write every dot and dash on the music, that the musicians of the day would have understood that instinctively. So I was asking them, okay, what's a song you know? And they all, I mean like 99% said Happy. So I said, okay, if I gave you Happy, the composer would not have to put every little mark. You would just know how it felt, just because you're used to hearing this music. So I went and did a little research, and I found out that Happy is indeed a very happy and fun song. And I also found out that somebody was arranging it for youth, not for youth, for a string orchestra. So we were able to perform it. And I'm thinking that we could be one of the first string orchestras actually to perform this. We haven't even had this, probably just about a month, so it's brand new. So they had a lot of fun playing this. So we'll finish with that, and then Ode to Joy, which from Beethoven's incredible final Ninth Symphony, you'll all recognize it. So I think it's a great way to end our concert with happy and joyful, because that's just the kind of year we've had, happy and joyful, and that's our wish here at CPO for all of our students. So have fun if you want to sing, if you want to clap, if you want to dance, just go right ahead, because I'm telling you, this one's really happy and fun.
Welcome to the concert. I'm glad you're all here. It's kind of warm up here. It's nice to see everybody here. Next number we're going to do, our assistant conductor Michael Armstrong will conduct for us, and it's the March Militaire. And what we've done is we've added some of the new strings from the last orchestra to play this number with us, kind of getting them warmed up and moving to the next level. We hope. So that's what we're looking for. So Michael, if you come on out, Michael Armstrong, our assistant conductor. kind of special for you. It's very, very different. It's the brainchild of our percussion coach, Bonnie Voss. She had brought this to me and said, hey, we need more for the percussion, and I got an idea. I said, oh, okay, let's do that. So we're going to do this Dr. Seuss thing called Gerald McBoing, and it's from the 50s, so I'm sure there's some, I couldn't possibly remember that, but some of you might. And we have, it's going to feature our percussion section, and a small wind section, and a cello and viola. But we've got a really special person that's going to come in today and narrate for us. And if you look at the back of your program, you can look at that later, you notice that on November the 2nd, we're going to do a concert here with the 100-piece Symphony Orchestra with the Four Preps and the New Chordettes. And you're going to hear some old tunes that it will rock you out. I've seen them perform. They're amazing. So our narrator today is one of the Four Preps. And if you look, you see his biography, he goes way back. He's a pop icon, okay? He's still kicking. And right now, he runs the Four Preps, and his wife is the head of the New Chordettes. So we're getting really excited. We're getting really revved up for this November benefit concert. It will benefit the youth orchestra. We're hoping to sell it out, make a lot of money, and help these kids. So I'd like to introduce to you now Mr. Bob Duncan.
This is the story of Gerald McCloy and the strange thing that happened to that young boy. They say it all started when Gerald was 2. At least most of the kids start talking at that time, too. He started talking. You know what he said? He didn't talk words. He went instead. "What's that?" cried his father, his face turning gray. "That's a very odd thing for a young boy to say." And poor Gerald's father rushed to the phone and quick dialed the number of Dr. Malone. "Come over fast," the poor father pled. "Our boy can't speak words. He goes boing, boing instead." In no time at all, the doctor was there. My, he said, "this case is quite rare." Gerald opened his mouth, noises started to flow, and then little Gerald went. In a row. "I see," said the doctor. "It's just as you said. He doesn't speak words. He goes putty-ump, crash bang instead. I've no cure for this. I can't handle the case." And he picked up his pills and walked out of the place. Months passed. And Gerald got louder and louder till one day he went like a big keg of powder. It was then that his father said, "Oh, this is enough. He'll drive us both mad with this terrible stuff. A boy of his age shouldn't sound like a fool. He's got to learn words. We must send him to school." Gerald was scrubbed, and his hair was brushed neat. Then he was sent to the school on Mulberry Street. But a half an hour later, oh, alas and alack, with a note from his teacher, little Gerald came back.
From Public School 7 to Mrs. McCloy. Your little son Gerald's a most helpless boy. We cannot accept him, for we have a rule that a pupil must not go in our school. Your boy will go all his life, I'm afraid. Sincerely yours, Fanny Schultz, teacher, 1st grade. Now, Gerald's mother sent him outside to play. That way, at least, he'd be out of her way. But poor little Gerald, when he went outside, found if a fellow goes, no one wants him around. When a fellow goes, he can't have any pals, and his frightened the gals. Yeah, they all shouted. Your name's not McCloy. You're Gerald McBoing Boing, the noise-making boy.
Now Gerald was sad, and in shame hung his head. He didn't go out. He just wished he was dead. It wasn't his fault that he couldn't speak words, but made noises instead. One late night, he went out in the snow, though Gerald knew he had no place to go. He'd never make good, he thought with a sob. A boy who makes noises can't hold down a job. His sad heart was breaking. He'd jump on a train. He knew he could never come home again. But suddenly, while he ran clippity-clop, there came out of the night a voice shouting, "Stop!" Aren't you Gerald McBoing Boing, the lad with the drums? My boy, you can still be the pride of your chums. I can make you the most famous lad in the nation, for I own the radio station. I need a smart fellow to handle the traps, who can play on a gourd while his castanets claps. Your timbre is great, your gong is inspired. Quick, come to. Nick Boing Boing, you're hired. Now we switch to a concert already in progress on station BOING. Gerald's permanent address. You'll hear from this lad unbelievable sounds. On the drums and the cymbals, he has skills that have no bounds. Hold on to your seat. You'll witness the wonder of the musical world. For Gerald can't blunder, he'll make no mistake. This musical show stars Gerald McBoing Boing. He's ready to go. Now Gerald is rich, he has friends, he's well fed, 'cause he doesn't speak words. He goes instead.
Thank you again for being here. There's a really special soloist today. See? Matthew Chen. You can read about his bio. He's won, like every award there is to win, and he just won the other night that we didn't get into the program. He had received at Oaks Christian Commencement the Dallas Price Van Breda Artistic Expression Award, and he is the first graduate in the history of Oaks Christian to attend the Juilliard School of Music. So we're really proud of that. There's 32 graduates today, and I could probably talk 15, 20 minutes about each one. I'm probably longer than that. Got a lot of stories about these people. But one little story about Matthew, and he's probably going to kill me for telling you this story, but when he was in the third grade, he couldn't really sit in the chair because he was too small. So he didn't want to sit on the stool. He kept telling his dad, I want to sit on the stool. He said, I have to sit on the stool because you're not big enough. So we're not really sure. We think he's been around for 11 years, 9 years. We're not sure. He's just been here forever. He holds the distinction of being a section leader, one of the youngest section leaders for the longest time. So without further ado, Matthew Chen. Well, since we have two wonderful seniors here, Matthew and Cameron are going to do a little encore for you. And this is the Passacaglia by Halverson. Wow. There's nothing else I can say. If I could get Michelle Bowman to come out. I forgot something. Karen, would you please come out here? Michelle has been a faithful board member and supporter for a long time. I believe it's back to 2002. We've traveled the world together. We've been to Europe. We've been to Hawaii. We've had so much fun. And the plaque says, with our appreciation, Michelle Bowman, thank you for your service as the president from 2010 to 2014 and your contributions to inspiring youth through music. Thank you, Michelle.
I couldn't do this without the support of the board of directors. I couldn't do this without the support of the volunteers. And I certainly would never have gotten involved had it not been for Bill Benson and Karen, my son David, who recently graduated Cal State Northridge with a degree in music performance. I don't play an instrument. I play spreadsheets. I can play a typewriter pretty good. But I really do appreciate this, and it's been a pleasure. It's an honor to serve. Thank you.
That was the La Gazza Ladra overture from the opera. And the opera, I've read it, and it's so convoluted, and it's about a bird that comes down and steals a silver spoon, and they blame somebody in town for doing it, and they're getting ready to prosecute him, and I don't know, maybe cut his head off, who knows. But the bird comes back and drops the spoon, and everything ends beautifully. So that's the story. Now we're going to play for you the most important four notes ever written in the history of music. Okay? Fate Knocking at the Door. What we'll do is we'll play the first movement, then we'll announce our seniors, our graduates, and then we'll end with the finale to the Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Enjoy this, because we've had a lot of fun learning it and playing it. You're going to have a lot of fun hearing it. If my dear friend and colleague, Karen Sanchez, would come out, she's going to help me this year for a number of reasons. Biggest reason is I'm a big crybaby. So, we're going to announce each name, years they've been in the orchestra, school they're going to, and their majors. And they're going to stand up, and if we'd like to get out of here before 10 o'clock tonight, let's hold our applause until they're all up. Graduates, stand up and stand, and we'll give a big thundering applause at the end. Okay, here we go. Karen, you start. I'm trying to breathe.
Take your time. Haley Gaidos, 5 years, UC Berkeley, English major.
Alexandria Elia, 3 years, University of St. Andrews in Scotland, neuroscience.
Braxton Lazar, 5 years, University of Arizona, electrical and computer engineering.
Aiden Saito, 4 years, La Sierra University, chemistry.
John Sotali, 6 years, UCSB, physics.
Matthew Chin, 9, 10, 11, we're not sure, years, the Juilliard School of Music, cello performance.
Justin Buchanan, 3 years, UCLA, pre-med.
Alicia Carducci, 4 years, UCSB, political science.
Min Kwan, 5 years, Yale University, economics.
Soheil Bami, 9 years, UC Berkeley, computer science and engineering.
Okay. James Arndt, 1 year, Arizona State University, chemical engineering.
Ryan Swanson, 3 years, UC Davis, animal sciences.
Bryce Kramer, 4 years, University of Massachusetts, music performance.
Gavin Wright, 2 years, New England Conservatory, trumpet performance.
Gary Babich, 2 years, Moore Park College, Electrical Engineering.
Kamale King, 1 year, UC Santa Cruz, Bioengineering.
Tucker Bowes, 5 years, Cal State Channel Islands, History.
Braxton Torres, 3 years, Cal Arts, Bassoon Performance.
Amy Lee, 3 years, UC Berkeley, Chemical Engineering.
Jenna Brown Route, 2 years, American University Public Health.
Sophie Seymour, 4 years, Loyola Marymount University, Business Administration.
Margaret Harrison, 2 years, University of the Pacific, Music Therapy.
Jared Schnapper, 4.5 years, UC Berkeley, Biological Sciences and Neurobiology.
Kevin Lee, 7 years, Boston College, undecided.
Vincent Chang, 11 years, UC Irvine, Computer Science.
Don't. Alan Chin, 5 years, Cornell University, Policy Analyst and Management. This one's a hard one. You want me to do it?
Yes.
She can't do this one. Ryan Legault, 11 years, CSUN, Music and Psychology.
Thank you. Okay, J.L. Minor, 4 years, Pepperdine University, Psychology.
McKenna Coker, 9 years, Wheaton College, English.
Cameron Daly, 6 years, Yale University, Global Affairs.
Joshua Lai, 6 years, UCLA, Linguistics and Computer Science.
Sean Tundrikian, 4 years, Santa Monica College, undecided.
Kate Draper, 2 years, Dickinson College, the Classics. And we have one more. We have one of our coaches, longtime coaches, been with us forever, who is just graduated. David Bowman is a graduate of Cal State Northridge in music double bass performance. There's our graduates. A big round of applause. It was fate. Okay, we're gonna finish our program with the last movement of the Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Hope you've enjoyed the concert. Please mark the date, November 2nd, for our big concert with the four preps and the chordettes. It will be a hoot, I guarantee it. So we've enjoyed you coming. Thank you all for being here and supporting us. And now, the finale to the Beethoven Symphony No. 5.
you want to tell them. Tell them about the way you really loved her. Shake it, shake it, shake it off and take another. 'Cause no one is gonna stop me from loving my brother. 'Cause no one is gonna stop me from loving my brother. No one is gonna stop me from loving my brother. No one is gonna stop me from loving my brother. No one is gonna stop me from loving my brother. Not even my brother.
You can count the words I said this morning on the steady graces of your hands. Looking out the window got you thinking about the places that you stand, hoping that somebody.
Free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.
Didn't mean
shack in the mountains, bravely fighting the battle of time. It's a dear one who's weathered my sorrows. 'Tis that silver-haired daddy of mine. If I could recall all the heartaches, dear old daddy, I've caused you to bear. If I could erase those lines from your face and bring back the glow to your hair, if God would but grant me the power just to turn back the pages of time, I'd give all I own if I could but atone to that silver-haired daddy of mine. I know it's too late, dear old daddy, to repay for those sorrows and cares. Though dear mother is waiting in heaven just to comfort and solace you there. If I could recall all the heartaches, dear old daddy, I've caused you to bear. If I could erase those lines from your face and bring back the gold to your hair, if God would but grant me the power just to turn back the pages of time, I'd give all I own if I could but atone to that silver-haired daddy of mine. I'd give all I own if I could but atone to that silver-haired daddy of mine. Take my body a 7 mile. I will lay my head down where Indians sleep. Take your shoes off and walk across the water. It's been so long since I heard a man speak. Watch the spillways when the water starts rising. Take your hat off when the sun goes down. Keep your like before. You could live off of your name. We all live in an Airstream trailer about 300 yards up the lake. Call the doctor, Mary's going into labor, and you can't raise a baby on shake. So take my body to 7 Mile Island, lay some stones down on top of my grave. Tell my lady I just couldn't bear to see it. Tell my daughter I just couldn't be saved. Just couldn't be saved.
Are you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
You like 58. Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Does it look good? You love that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great.
Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org.
Name a monthly.
Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
Your heart goes too fast, your legs are still shaking while you're coming for a while. Well, if I wasn't only 17 now stuck on some highway, 'cause I feel it's not where I was going. Over the 1600 miles, but to see what's mine on the streets of the
I love Southern California. There's something for everyone.
When I catch that good wave, I feel like I can fly.
Some people see mountains.
I just feel at home here.
I see a gold medal. Pedal faster. I can just breathe and relax.
Mind, body, and spirit.
Thousand Oaks is a great place to live.
It's a great place to start a business.
Best decision ever.
Welcome to Thousand Oaks, a family-based community with a dynamic cosmopolitan lifestyle. Thousand Oaks is home to various large and small companies and maintains a strong presence in international business. Known for its excellent schools, miles of countryside open space, great restaurants, and premium shopping centers, Thousand Oaks ranks among the top 10 safest cities in the nation and is also celebrated as the ideal setting to raise a family. With a population of 130,000, Thousand Oaks is located in Ventura County, bordering the greater Los Angeles area. Popular tourist destinations, International Airport, and numerous attractions are just a short drive away. Leaving the frenetic lifestyle to LA, Thousand Oaks instead invests in a slower, small-town feel while affording all the comforts and refinements expected of a modern metropolitan area.
If you live in the high-risk wildfire areas of Southern California, known as the urban interface, you also live with the year-round possibility of a wildland brush fire.
Southern California Fire Chiefs urge you to take personal responsibility and prepare now for this year's fire season. A new program can help. It's called Ready, Set, Go.
To get ready, a free wildfire action plan will help teach you to better prepare your home to be more fire resistant.
Are you set? When fire weather is predicted, monitor your local news for updates and prepare yourself and your family by having a disaster plan and checklist.
When the fire comes, don't wait for your local police officers to give you an evacuation order. Leave early and let your local firefighters work to save your home.
For your free copy of the Ready, Set, Go Wildfire Action Plan, visit your local fire department's website or your local fire station.
Hello, my name is Scott Bauer with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office.
And my name is Carl Patterson, the Ventura County Sheriff's Search and Rescue.
Flooding is the most common type of natural disaster and the #1 weather-related killer. We are here to remind you, turn around, don't drown.
Protect yourself. Stay away from creeks and channels during storms. If you see someone in the water, do not try and rescue them. Call 911. Do not get in the water or you too may also become a victim.
Be water safe.
The Ventura County Sheriff's Office and Search and Rescue remind you, turn around, don't drown.
Thank you.
The #1 problem that we have is people wandering continuously. As we're trying to locate them, they're continuing to move further and further away from our location. Today we're looking for Trevor. He's 8 years old. He's got brown hair. He's about 52 inches tall. He's wearing a red t-shirt, short brown pants, tennis shoes. Medina and Holden, we're gonna start on the east end and work in. And then Alarcon and Bachelor, you two are going to start at the Los Robles trailhead and you're going to work up so that we cover the perimeter. Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. There's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You've been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
Well, it's just a little home to fill with pretty pictures of you that will, and a broken clock with empty pockets, lonely hands still. And you can call it fantasy. You can dress it up to a T. But the words remain all the same until you let it be. In little ways that are only mine, I go to squeeze my Valentine, time and time after time. I go to squeeze my Valentine. I go to squeeze my Valentine. But the yearning is only mine, time and time after time. I go to squeeze my Valentine. My favorite record from the start always skips the well-intentioned part. The big and small, and after all, straight to the heart to heart.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert Notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed. Today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
I go to squeeze my Valentine.
Oh, John the Baptist, oh, John divine, leather harness round his life. His meat was locust and honey, wild honey, Lord, wild honey.
Oaks Transit introduces the Metrolink Commuter Shuttle. Now taking riders to the Moorpark Metrolink station with pickups at the Thousand Oaks Transportation Center, California Lutheran University, and Oaks Mall. Operating Monday through Friday. Regular fares are just $2.50 and $1.25 for seniors, disabled, or Medicare passengers, with free transfers to Thousand Oaks Transit buses. Best of all, Metrolink ticket holders ride for free. Take the train to work and school. With fares this low, every ride's a party.
Well, they blew up the Chicken Man in Philly last night, and they blew up his house too. Down on the boardwalk, they're ready for a fight. Gonna see what them racket boys can do. Now there's trouble busting in from out of state, and the DA can't get no relief. Gonna be a rumble on the promenade, and the gambling commissioner's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Everything dies, baby, that's a fact. But maybe everything that dies someday comes back. Put your makeup on, fix your hair up pretty, and meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Job and I put my money away, but I got the kind of debt that no honest man can pay. So I threw out
free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.
Mariposa de lindos colores, florecilla de alegre mañana. Mira, al que tus plantas suspira quiere, al que adorando te muere, besa, mi encantadora princesa, al que tus ojos azules, tus labios de grana, tus lindos colores cautivan el alma. Mírame, quiéreme.
Lo conocí personalmente, ensayamos con él y me gustaba, observaba todo. Tenía una técnica única porque y tenía la voz toda adelante. Era chica, pero perforante.
¿Pero vos te acordás que lo rechazaron porque decían que no tenía condiciones para el canto?
¿Qué?
Cuando empezó, lo rechazaron del conservatorio porque no tenía condiciones para ser cantante. Eso es famoso.
¿Ah, sí?
Sí.
Skipas Karriere ist vielleicht der größte Triumph der Technik, des Könnens, des Kunstverstandes über die Mittel. Die Stimme war ein Zwirnsfaden, also keine voluminöse Stimme, sondern eine ganz, ganz schlanke, zarte Stimme. Aber alle Berichterstatter, ob im Teatro Colón in Buenos Aires oder in der Metropolitan Opera, haben berichtet, dass er selbst seine ganz kleinen, leisen, fil di voce, also seine fadenfeinen Töne, bis in die letzten, die höchsten Ränge transportieren konnte. Also die Stimme trug selbst in einem großen Haus. Skipa steht historisch, genealogisch zwischen Caruso und der modernen Sängerschule. Also Caruso war 1873 geboren, Skipa 1889. Und er kommt aus einer ganz bestimmten Region Italiens, die unter einem starken spanischen Einfluss stand. Er ist in Lecce geboren, also im Stiefel von Italien. Und dieser Stiefel war lange Zeit unter spanischer Ägide. Und es hat die Farben der Stimmen geprägt.
La voz Skipa, sin ser grande, era una voz lo suficientemente amplia para llenar toda una sala tan grande como la del Colón, donde caben 3.500 o 4.000 personas, y se oía aún en los pianísimos, en las notas más débiles, más chicas, se oía como un susurro que llenaba todo el ámbito del Colón.
Todo el ámbito.
Wir liebten alle Tito Skipa sehr. Wir waren alle mit ihm irgendwie sehr, ja, so gut. Er gehörte mit dazu, nicht wahr? Also ohne ihn ging es eigentlich nicht wahr? Er war zwar das Gegenteil von Lauri Volpi oder von Gigli, wenn Sie so nennen wollen, oder ganz abgesehen von den großen Heldentenören, die es natürlich auch gab. Er war ganz das Gegenteil und tat ja nur das, was wirklich für ihn erreichbar war, so ohne sich selbst aufzuopfern. Aber er war ein wunderbarer Musiker und er war ein herrlicher Interpret. Und er war ein guter Schauspieler.
Había una comunicación entre cada oyente y Esquipia, que en ese momento Esquipa era una especie de Dios y cada uno del público era una especie de creyente.
Lecho virginal, no piensas en mi cruel destino lejos de ti. Si el amor es un tormento, sea bendito este sufrir. Yo te quiero con gran pasión y me gusta ese dolor. Y si el eco de mi llanto llegará a tu corazón, volverá por encanto la esperanza por mí.
Esquipa did not have a singing technique. Instead, for him, singing was a form of conversation. He said the music. Diction and legato impose what to some of us seems like contradictory requirements. It's easy to obtain a good legato if you sacrifice diction. It's easy to have clear diction if you sacrifice legato. He had both.
Ganz wichtig bei ihm eine Aussprache, die gleichsam vor den Lippen liegt. Man versteht jede Silbe.
Tradurre si talor il sogno si levò a vol sull'ala d'oro e sei tu, oh poeta, che posti a dir del cor l'ansia secreta.
Da war wieder dieses Diminuieren zu hören, den Klang wegsterben zu lassen, aber nicht den Ton wegsterben zu lassen. Der Klang wird nur einfach weicher, inniger.
Tutto il cuore qui.
Und alle Halbvokale, also alle klingenden Konsonanten R, M, L, N, Liquido-Nasale, werden bei ihm klingend ausgeformt, sodass immer die Brücke zwischen den Vokalen klingend bleibt. Ridesta. Und immer eine leichte Verlangsamung am Ende einer Phrase, um die Phrase ein wenig ausschwingen zu lassen. Intensivierung des Tons. Und jetzt eine Art Klangschleier. Die Italiener nennen das Morbidezza, dem Ton also eine Art von Todeshauch geben.
Passare